Hello and welcome. It's Shadows of Thorolun, Episode 7, Jorantt's Spear. Hello everybody. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic Sunday. EMC, thank you very much for 30 months. My God. Incredibly kind of you, brother. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. Ready for some D&D? Very much so. Of course. The party has a plethora of things before them, so we'll see what they're gonna do. We're just taking a moment to get the players situated, and so I can do just a tiny little smidge of last-minute prep. Hell yeah. I've done a great many things today, and I'm ready to vibe with D&D. Hell yeah. I have so many questions to ask. Oh God. All right. Just one or two more things, and then we'll be good to go to pop on over to our players and get them ready to play some D&D. Jorantt's spear has been up for a fairly long time. Long enough for them to have had they're currently having their 119th dragonfish tourney. So they've been up for a while. It's only recently that it's starting to get recognized by the Drakis. These like buildings up of community and stuff like that. It takes a long time. They're pretty old. Well, I can't say pretty old. Barash is the oldest. And Rihanna is the youngest. And there's about, I haven't really put it on paper yet. There's anywhere between 5 to 8 year difference between them. I believe I have it that Rihanna's in her late 20s. She basically just got back from like completing her apprenticeship at the blacksmithing guild. But all right, enough of all of my rambling. It's time for D&D. We should be able to transition over. Yep. Okay. So you will notice behind me the void. Currently bereft of life, as you all chat, as you all talk, your words will be recorded behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. If you have anything you would like to say to your future self, now is the time to say it. And of course, you'll notice below all of our friends, our companions. We'll get introduced to them in just a moment. I need to fix this overlay. because we did settle on her class. Very good. Okay. Let's tell the players that we're unmuting. And let's go get introduced. Move this over here. Move this over here.
I wonder if you posted on Twitter.
I do not.
Hey.
Hello.
What's up?
Sup, dog?
What's up, gamers?
Post on Twitter.
What the fuck? Ain't nobody
Who the
looking
hell
at Twitter.
uses X anymore? What? All
Hold
the
on.
bots got to know you're streaming, dog.
The bots?
Yeah.
That's the last thing I need.
You never know. Maybe Uncle Elon likes some D&D as well.
And like, why would I want his attention?
Me and my uncle.
Because he's got several $1 billion of money he likes to waste on stupid shit. Maybe he'll throw some your way. You never
Call my
know.
D&D stupid, son.
Damn. Ooh.
I mean, he bought Twitter, so he obviously likes spending money on stupid shit. So if he
God, you're
No,
making
he's
it
really
better.
he's just doubling down.
if he spent money on D&D, then he'd probably it's a better
He's
investment.
doubling down.
While we're live, Rylan.
I'll
come
triple
on.
down, motherfucker. Watch out.
Damn it.
Who is this guy?
I don't know him. I've never spoken to this
Who
man
is
in my life.
Wow, it's not like
Who
I'm
is
trying
this
to.
man?
It's not like I'm trying to justify the Third Reich or anything, you weirdos.
We
We're
picked him from
escalating.
D&D Beyond. We don't know who he is.
Okay, you guys are being weird now.
Now it's for the bit.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Anyway,
It's not funny, guys.
There is no any way I'm making the fucking Twitter post now.
nice.
Nice.
Okay.
Got him.
That's out of the window.
For every time we bully him, he adds another script to the map.
Every time we bully him, our opponents get an extra hit die.
Wow, look at that. They saved. Try again.
Oh, it's so weird. They all have bless. That's so crazy.
Oh my god.
Why are the shrimp blessed?
Men of God.
Shrimp of God.
They have a
right.
god. Prepare to
They
meet
worship
Oh.
Christ Station.
them. All right. Oh, that's fucking lame ass X. All right, welcome. It's episode 7, gamers. We'll go down the line. You're gonna introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about who you are. Once we reach the very end, we're gonna figure out who recapped last week and who's gonna be recapping this week. So let's start with the new character, Bari.
Hello, everyone. I'm Momo, and I play Bari. She is a Dragonmont orc with big ambitions for her future, and isn't afraid to get dirty and bloody and in danger to make those things happen.
Hello. I'm Necro, and I'm playing Isolde Alvain, a half-fire giant draconic sorceress, level 2. I can speak today, I promise. And the youngest daughter of Gerald and Guinevere Alvain from Eliance Tier. A recent graduate of Illendor, Isolde has returned home and has kind of stifled under small-town life. However, recently made a wayfarer and given license to explore more of the surrounding Ettenmoor, she's been enjoying the journey so far, seeing what she can see, and finally arrives at Jorantt Spear, a town not too far from her hometown.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sirik, and I play Logan Alvain, a level 2 paladin and a half-fire giant. I'm from Alien's Tier, used to be a shepherd, and I guess I still am, what with having to shepherd my friends through the woods and keep them safe. Suppose that ain't changed much, now I think about it. Anyway, we're looking to head down here into Jorantt, into the shore, and find some angry shrimp. Hopefully it'll go alright. I want these folks to fish in peace. With the right attitude and a little bit of luck, we might just make it happen too.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Sizzle Bacon, and I play Oliver Duskbrand, a Makote of the Moon talent, a level 2 talent. An adopted son of Alexander Duskbrand and Amelia Duskbrand, Alexander's daughter. Oliver has traveled along with his companions here on his second outing from Elion. Finally been given leave by his foster parents to explore the world on his terms, away from both the eyes of his parents and the eyes of the Order of Athun. Being a unique class, the talent, and a little bit of an unknown, both to himself and to those around him, he has been given a lot of trust to partake in this adventure, and hopefully he will be able to justify this trust with good deeds and good stories upon his return.
I play Rylan Aldane, and a squire to the Road Warden, who is a level 2 human fighter as well, or Rani as the subrace of humanity. Having taken on the squire role as from when he was a child, moves around and with his father and patrols, learns how to be a road warden one day, and now with his father out of town, he's taken up with his wayfarer friends and trying to keep the region a little bit safer until the road warden can return. Now they're in Jorantt Spear doing the exact same thing as that, because there's a whole lot of problems going down there.
Fantastic. Who recounted last week?
I did.
Could you please pick somebody to recount this week?
Well, I picked my sister Isolde, of course.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yep, that's a bond.
That's a bundle, right?
A familial bound.
We began our day on the 19th of Hearthslight. Rylan was the one to, I suppose, fetch me from my room, much to my surprise. And we spoke a little bit downstairs about, well, quite a few things. Mainly Grayson, but also managed to chat up my father about our next destination, Jorantt Spear, and the Mayor Varash who awaited us there, no doubt. It took some time and convincing, but maybe Rylan was right, and I should talk to Grayson more. But the crux of it is, I don't know what I want from either one of us yet, and the whole thing was stilted, if I'm very honest, as we tried to retrieve her from her home, but Grayson stood fast. Not that I could blame her. But that would not deter us. And we left, heading out for Jorantt Spear. There was some time in which nothing happened, but, well, one morning I awoke to a bear folk individual, a druid by the name of Orin Glensworn, who protected the lands around Jorantt Spear. He was able to give us more information on the area, stating that the storms here are not natural and that the surrounding creatures known as storm scuttlers and their matriarch likely had a hand in whatever was keeping them here. By our oaths as wayfarers, we vowed to find what was at the bottom of this mystery. Not only would it help Orin, but surely the townsfolk in Jorantt Spear would like these creatures gone. And no sooner did we arrive in town were we able to meet with the mayor, though we did not know it at the time. Varash gave us a bit of the lay of the land as well as how we can help. Sure enough, the scuttlers were first on the list, but my brother and Rylan took up another matter of returning some of the gemstones that we found. Apparently, they hold great import to the people here, like something given on one's name day. I'm not 100% certain on the custom, but it clearly meant a lot to the people we found in the inn and tavern. Not to mention coming in contact with Oliver's, teacher, it seemed, from before. The wizard, known as Tace, was curt, especially with me, but spoke to us of a certain ruins that was important to his order that was lying somewhere either around or under Jorantt Spear. His search had been hindered, and while he remained to assist the townsfolk, he was not able to perhaps wander outside the village's edges, where he'd need us to ask for anything of interest. Though I did not completely understand what they talked about, Logan seemed to have some sort of recognition when we told him something with the name of Carathos? Well, we soon found out that with all the attacks in the area, that many of the local shops were closed, repairing boats and the like, the armory included. It seems my brother's armor will have to wait another day. The last stop on our circuit was at the Wisdoms. I can't say I was excited about the prospect, but if this woman was not like Miss Kingsford, well, perhaps we might be able to get along. And in doing so, we met this woman as well as a orcish woman who was recently deputized to assist with the scuttler tax, Barry Stormsong. And that is where we left our session.
Thank you. All right. Having just recently met a brand new and freshly deputized orc here within town by the name of Bari, you find yourself within the Wisdom's home and her shop at the same time. Having gone to the back to begin working on some more of the medicinal supplies that are needed to tend to the wounded upstairs, you find yourselves standing in the quiet, the roaring storm outside, muffled by the building. What are you all doing?
I believe we were going to the constables after this party.
Yes, I believe you are correct.
Yeah, because we were just told there are no injured. So
Did
I
we
think we're on
need
our way out.
did we need to go to the other, like the general store, or are they just all closed because of stuff?
I don't think they were open at the moment.
Yes, Rihanna told you that when you were talking to her, that Mr. Fulton is currently fishing.
I'm assuming Barry has been left with us, or has Barry moved on with the wisdom?
She's been left with you.
Oh my goodness.
Currently walking behind you.
I think, having been left with Barry, Oliver will put on his best good boy smile and walk up to Barry and offer a hand and say, "Hello, I'm Oliver."
She clasps his forearm and
Oh.
shakes him violently.
Wow.
It's great to meet you.
Very
You're
strong.
a small little one, aren't you?
I'm not small. Okay, well, I mean, comparatively to everyone else here, maybe. But I'm very average.
Oh,
As he rubs his wrist.
this is your average height then. I thought you were just a runt. She turns and like shakes his arm again.
You see his ears fold back as he pouts for a minute, and then just as quickly sort of bounces back. Logan, we're going to the. Where are we going next again? I forgot. There was a list.
Logan, who had been speaking to the Wisdom, sort of turns around and gives Oliver a quizzical look. What?
Well, I thought we were going elsewhere, right?
Right,
There was.
we're going out.
Oh,
Are you confused, Oliver? We just talked about this.
of course not. I was paying attention.
Okay. So, Bari, right? He sort of turns to the Dragon Maw.
Aye.
What can you do? We're off to fight. I imagined you can swing a weapon?
Oh yeah. I haven't got any problem with that one.
Great. I'm assuming you're good with danger and all that as well?
Good with what? She kind of
Danger.
looks at him and wrinkles her eyebrows.
Good with danger, with being in trouble, I suppose.
Yeah. She
All right.
just smiles with these toothy teeth pointed out of her mouth.
You almost seem eager.
And who wouldn't be? These things been shitting on our shores for how long now? I'm eager every day.
Shit, I'm not eager.
See Oliver wrinkle his nose at the description.
Anyway, we're off to talk to your constable, and then we're heading down to the shore. You good with that?
She shrugs. Sounds
All right.
good. He's a bit of a
His ears-
spitfire, though.
What?
That's bit of a spitfire, though. She speaks real slow.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah. You'll find out.
Okay. Anyway, this is Rylan. And Izzy over there.
She waves.
Rylan offers the very shallow bow from the waist.
Rylan runs this whole outfit. He's the road warden's son and taking over his charges while he's gone.
And he says that I run it, but it's realistically more of a everyone sort of has a say kind of thing. But we're definitely grateful to have another hand on board. So if we can help secure the town a little better and alleviate some pressure from it, and it's a job well done.
That's right.
Well, let's get to it then. She like smacks her hand into her fist.
She's eager, huh? Logan sort of smirks towards Rylan.
That's probably some heritage thing.
Oh yeah, it runs in the orcs.
I don't know. I find the attitude refreshing.
I can't find any fault with it. Better than sitting around idle.
Shit, I like it too, actually.
Yeah, let's be off. Let's see if the constable has a specific need, want, or desire from us.
Well, lead on, Road Son.
The right arm is currently occupied with a 15-pound monstrosity. Give me a second. What is the constable's last house right before the pier? Is that correct?
That's right, baby.
Alright, well, let's head back outside and go there. Drag us over, there we go.
All right. Arriving at the final building, just before heading to the rather massive pier that is connected to Jorantt's spear out into the water, you would find that there are a number of people currently gathered outside, though dressed very differently than your sort of standard wayfarer. You'd see many of them sort of carrying these massive bundles of like hempen rope, as well as numerous sort of spears set upon their back. Their garb is very light, though obviously stained by the sea. You can see the more open vests and very wide sort of flowing pants that these individuals wear, and they are currently leaving the constabulary here and making their way back to the pier, currently shaking their heads. They look disappointed. As you would step inside, you are greeted by a very heavy slam that causes the table in front of this rather wide orc to rattle, basically scattering all of the contents on top of itself and knocking things over before a low, almost resounding grunt resonates from this person, and they'd sit back in their chair. And as they do, the entire thing groans and protests under their weight. They look up at you, and as they look up at you, you would see their lips pursed around a rather wide set of tusks. This individual, his orcish heritage is much more apparent than that of somebody like Barash, for example. This person's very bald head is lacking any hair, but makes up for it with this almost innumerable amount of tattoos that adorn from the sides of their head down across their neck and in and over their arms, down well beyond into their clothes. They hold a very prominent 5 o'clock shadow that clings to their face. And as you walk in, the scowl only deepens.
Oh, Garrosh, hello.
God, took my legs out from underneath me.
No, just his whole wig. Gone.
Split right down the middle.
Is everything alright? Logan sort of leads in with a cautious furrow of brows.
If you've come here to complain, take it somewhere else.
We're not here to complain. We were sent here by your mayor.
He raises his fist to slam it on the table again and then stops. His brows knit together, looking at you. This very different look of contempt that he holds now, sort of eyeing you up, Logan, as you're the one that talked.
I think that would
Yeah.
cause Bari to laugh. She just laughs outwardly.
Can I roll animal handling on this guy? I think
Yeah.
Logan would. You bet. He'll sort of hold out his palms placatingly as he steps in closer forward. We're wayfarers. Wayfarers from aliens tier. We're here to help.
There's a moment. You can see the veins bulging on this individual's face and neck, to the point where you can even see their pulse through their carotid, before eventually that begins to relax. They take in
Jesus.
a deep inhale and then slow exhale. Their hands now smoothing over the table and beginning to pick up the smaller things, the small knickknacks and trinkets that had been sort of ruined by their outbursts. Bringing a hand up, he'd smooth it across the top of his head. Fine. You'd see him begin pulling out some pieces of paper, setting it down in front of himself.
Logan's sort of nodding, trying to coax words out of him.
He says nothing for the moment. This very sort of stifled motions that he's making until he'd eventually, you'd see, discard the broken quill that is in front of him and grab another one, dunking it into the ink, and then begin scrawling on the paper. I'm going to need your names as well.
Oh, aye, all of our names. Come in, guys. I'm Logan Alvain, and sort of gestures to them rapidly to introduce themselves.
Isolde Alvain.
Oliver's very slow to come in after the outburst, sort of ears darting around and eyes, before he wanders up next to his buds and squeaks, Oliver Duskbrand.
Rylan Aldane.
You'd see him still finishing the paperwork in front of himself, but as you all introduce yourself, his a scowl settles on his face. Before eventually he'd turned the paper, sort of dunking the quill back into the inkwell before pushing it forward. About time you showed up. He doesn't say that to anybody in particular, but the look that he gives is directed towards Rylan.
Rylan is putting on his unflappable face right now. Why do you say that? Is there some trouble in town? He's being almost sarcastic.
You see his eye twitch. The vein once again forming on his forehead. You can hear as he sort of curls his hands into fists, sort of keeping them rested on the table. There's this audible crack of knuckles before he relaxes. If you're only here to joke, I'll leave it to my deputies.
No, we're here to help in either way. So if you would like us to scour the beach to give some relief to your men, or to bolster any of your defenses or patrols, simply direct us.
I'll direct you to the paper first. Sign your names. You'll be recognized as deputies under my authority, allowing you to move around Jorantt's spear and kill the creatures without any interference.
May I ask what your authority is? What's your name?
You see him look at you for a moment, this quizzical expression on his face, as you just said that you met the mayor and were directed towards him. Denos Ulmar.
Well, okay.
It's now
Thank you, Mr. Umar.
that you look at him as he sort of shifts in his chair, sort of having directed fully his attention towards you, Logan, needing to crane his head up somewhat from his seated position. It's very obvious that this is a taller orc. You would recognize hanging around his neck is a sort of deeper, sort of brown stone, very similar to the sardonyx.
Oh, fuck.
Ah,
Oh, fuck.
anyway, Logan, we gotta go kill some scuttlefish. Hey, man.
Logan, who, unlike Rylan, is not unflappable, rather wears the apprehension very glaringly in his face, and he stares squarely, directly at the stone, with this, sunken in, pinched in look of fear. Oh no.
Well, I think the innkeeper said that you wanted us to let her handle the news, right?
With her, with the one related to her.
You wanted to handle it all because she was like, I'll tell everyone.
No, he has the stone. He has his rock. I'm guessing the sheriff is still looking at him expectantly
Very
to some
much
degree.
so. You can see this growing irritation on his face.
Okay. The apprehension dwindles away to a soft, more sympathetic look. And with his broad shoulders drooping, Logan reaches into his pouch and awkwardly rummages. I have some news, I fear. Not good ones. As he's searching, but in reality he's found the rock well ahead, but he's just flitting it between his fingers, delaying.
You can see the irritated expression he wears only seems to deepen. This idea that one half of the party is here to help, the other half is being flippant or, not wanting to. And you can see him sort of working himself up.
To another bout of rage.
Indeed.
Yeah. So Logan softened his voice, he softened his face, and he softens everything. He holds the man's eye and makes himself all syrupy sympathy as he brings up the rock and sets it gently out in front of him.
You would watch almost in an instant that very quick building of emotions. You can see him open his mouth to start and then pause once his eyes sort of flick back and forth between you and the stone several times, very obviously in some level of disbelief. He would pause again, and then you would watch, almost in this complete opposite fashion, his hand outstretch. And compared to the rather rough and aggressive sort of acts that have recently been displayed, you would see what could only be described as this incredibly gentle touch. You could see him almost hesitate to take the stone, of the first of his index fingers sort of tapping against it, sort of as if making sure that it's even real. And then as if it was made of glass, like it was ready to break, you would watch as he'd very slowly lift it up from the table. You'd watch as he'd rest it into the center of his palm and then bring it closer to himself, his other hand now holding the gemstone. He'd begin to inspect it, sort of running a thumb over its many facets, shifting it, and then you would see his fingers sort of touch where there are these very prominent grooves at the top of the gemstone. His expression softens. His eyes sort of narrow. And you can see his brows knitted together, though no longer a look of contempt. Where?
We've gotten news. News of an ambush on the road. We came to check it out and found some of your wayfarers had been, well, they'd been killed. They fought an ambush of goblins and some of them were taken to their lair. This strange facility off the road. In there.
You see him push his jaw out, sort of working it from side to side. You see him clasp his fingers over the entirety of the gemstone and just sort of rest his hand onto the table. This idle motion of his where he's rubbing the top of the gem with his thumb, though unseen. And you can see him processing. There's the flick of his eyes from left to right as if considering possibilities before eventually his attention settles back on you again, Logan.
Do they make it quick?
Logan's shoulders, again, they shift and shrug as a drop of sweat runs down his back. His brows thoughtfully furrowing, like pondering how much to say, or rather what to make up. But he doesn't. Instead, he's honest, and he waits on him. I don't know. I know that whoever attacked them, they gave them hell. It was a manticore and morlings besides. Gods, they never had a chance, but they fought. Should have seen the place. After that, I don't know. All I found of them was that. The rock.
There's that long silence. He'd eventually sort of place his hand over the top of the table and rest the gemstone down, leaving it there beside him. His hand now pulling back to himself. Compared to before, the rage, the anger, it has been tempered considerably. To the point where it's almost like he's a different person.
Seeing this change in him, Logan sort of perks up. We wasn't told it was yours, sir. I'm sorry we ambushed you with these news.
I know you're not from here, so I won't hold it against you. But thank you.
He sort of dips his head, although his eyes are downcast, looking to the table. The one he'd so abused previously. And says nothing.
If you're really here to help, sign your names on the paper.
Well, seeing as he's at the front,
Yeah.
Logan will scrape up that quill and scribble his name with really proper handwriting, by the way. In spite having such enormous hands, he writes in a very flowing sort of diction and leaves it there for the one that comes next.
And luckily, it's probably an orc-sized quill, so that probably worked out.
True. I mean, it is Tira's. You know, quills are massive.
Yeah, there's just like giant, like little cartoon pens where it takes your whole hand to hold it. Ryan will follow up next, and he'll bend down to sign his name on the paper. You know, straighten up to look him in the eye. I don't know if condolences or sympathies are your way. For what it is worth, we did clear out everything we could from that facility, buried those we could find in a proper manner. I hope that if they can't necessarily find peace, then at least they'll know justice.
There's a moment where Denos had only really been looking at Logan. But there's this shift, this change of expression, almost a look of familiarity as he looks at you, Rylan. He doesn't say anything, but as he looks at you, there's this recognition. You watch as he raises his head, sort of taking you in. Your stature, the way you hold yourself, the way you talk. And as if saying something to himself or coming to some agreement or understanding made up in his own mind, he'd give you this slow, approving nod. As if not fully certain of something yet, but recognizing something.
I take it that Orc Society isn't one to really mince words too much. Is that right?
Find out, brother.
I'm trying to think of what he might know from just being here a couple times, but he probably wouldn't know a whole lot.
Depends how much you interfaced with the people, brother.
Probably only by like following Dad around kind of thing. So he probably didn't interact a shit ton.
Well,
But like, you know,
for
polite
certain,
hellos and stuff.
one thing you would know for certain is that you've met Umar before.
Yeah.
The difference being that with your father basically being the road warden for the Southlands here, Denos has basically just been relegated to town sheriff, as they don't really like, this isn't a real constabulary. They don't have magisters or anything here. This is still a relatively small, like up and coming, but still small town. And at most, he's had to do some patrols, basically, outside of Jorantt's spear, but it's been few and far in between. With the absence of your father, it is very much felt, where it goes from being a rather simple job of watching over your own people to now you're under attack, your people are going missing, the road warden's gone, and there's just a ton of problems that have been thrust upon somebody's shoulders. And he wears that very obviously.
Mm. He doesn't seem like the guy who wants touchy-feely too much, so...
I think he just got a lot of that.
Yeah, Ryland instead of, I mean, if he's like looking at him, he's got that rigid posture of like, I sleep without a pillow so I don't slouch kind of thing. you know, but halfway to always being at attention, and his left hand is sort of draped over at the wrist at the hilt of the sword at his waist. And his right hand comes up and makes a fist, and he kind of presses it to his chest once and nods to him. Let's see what we can do.
There's a moment. This very now the look becomes scrutinizing for a second longer as you perform this sort of chest thump with your fist.
A salute, but sure.
He purses his lips before sort of curling his hand once more against the gem and then lifting it up. You'd watch as he'd replicate the gesture.
I see you've already met Bari, so no introductions necessary.
She was volunteered to come along with us on the beach. We see to the disposition of the defenses, try and ascertain what is the best way of clearing these creatures out of here.
The group of fishermen who just left were complaining that their boat and the contents on side were left behind after being waylaid. I'd like you to keep it, or rather, go clear it out, so that way they can get their things and get off my back. You'll find it on the southwest part of the beach.
Don't mind my asking here, sorry.
His
How
eyes
big are these
fucking
shrimps?
swivels towards you.
Big. Have you never
Alright.
seen a storm scuttler?
No, never in my life.
He sort of pauses for a moment.
Oh.
It is that moment where he goes, ah, fuck. He sort of relaxes back in the chair.
Don't worry, you'll know it when you see it.
Why?
She brings up her fingers and makes like little pinchers with her fingers near her mouth.
Are they as big as you?
Bugger.
Oh. Always in tears.
They're as big as some of our fishing vessels. Worst yet, they control lightning. Doesn't matter if you're far away or if you're up close. So just be mindful.
Well, alright.
You'd see him look at you for another moment, this sort of contemplating look before he'd sigh.
And be extra careful. If you hurt them too much, like you start breaking their body or their claws, they sort of go feral. More aggressive than usual.
That I understand. Father taught me that an animal is at its most dangerous when it's wounded.
What about weaknesses?
A good spear through the head is an obvious one, but
You'd see him pause again. You did.
nothing that we can really exploit. But they are prone to killing their own.
How?
the electricity within them.
You can see him sort of trying to figure out how to explain it.
I think Logan would sort of seize the moment and make a guess. I suppose they generate it from the inside, but their outside is still exposed. And imagine that if they're covered in water, it travels, right? Still conducive, maybe?
You can see him sort of making this hemming and hawing where he's nodding, but also sort of giving that subtle crane of the head as if not really sure that's the right way to put it.
If any one of these creatures was more imbued with lightning than the other, are you saying that they would turn on it?
More like the one that's touched by the lightning has a chance of hurting the others.
Well, let's hope they blow each other up before we get there. Make it all the easier.
As Oliver sneaks in between to sign his name, listening to this, he kind of pipes up. I'm a little confused, I admit. Are you saying they wield lightning or they attract lightning?
He'd nod.
Oh. Okay.
So they're not immune to their own abilities.
No.
Interesting. Is their behavior more of the type that if one of them gets wounded while charging this, the others will attack it? Or is it the discharge from the ability that causes them to damage those around it?
Unfortunately, I can't be too certain. The groups that I fought have been different from normal. Usually you'd kill a handful and they'd run. It's almost now that they fight to the death. Some twisted perversion.
You can see him beginning to work himself up again, this frustration building in him.
Well, we have heard rumor that there is a sort of larger one, like a matriarch. I think they called it a galleon?
A galleon! That twisted beast.
And thus begins the monologue.
You can see he was about to. Sort of opening his mouth to start raising a clenched fist.
Izzy will let him go. He's clearly had things to say about this thing.
Like, no, let him cook.
What follows is this rather loud and aggressive diatribe of just expletives and curses at a creature that you cannot see, is not here, cannot stand trial for itself. And you would think that this thing is perhaps like a spawn of Enbrir, some twisted creature, some beast from, some pelagic nightmare.
Crawl out of hell just to make his life hell?
Exactly. It is relatively short-lived, though, as you can sort of see him releasing this loud exhale, this sort of heaving breath before he'd sort of clap his palm against the top of the table. Not nearly as aggressive as he had been before, sort of having worked out his frustrations by being finally allowed to vent before he'd draw in another breath.
Just be careful. That's all.
Well, we'll work on retrieving the boat and finding out what we learn about these things.
Are they active all day and night, or only during some parts of the day?
Usually at night they retreat back into the water.
Interesting.
But then again, they're different from normal.
Maybe we'll see if we can fell one and drag its body back. See if there's anything we can find out about them from the anatomy.
Oh, can we even eat them?
Of course you can. They're beasts of the sea.
Logan claps his hands together very eagerly,
Who
rubbing
wants
his
shrimp?
fingers. We're going to eat shrimp. You know I'm going to cook that, right?
Bubba Gump shrimp. Logan Gump shrimp.
That's right.
Shrimp casserole.
We just
shrimp
fucking
scampi.
slap Dungeon Meshy over Shadows of Thorolun title.
Yeah, delicious on the beach.
They're as big as you say. That's shrimp for weeks. I'm taking some.
Isolde just pinches the bridge of her nose.
Immediately thinking of Logan as just like, you can barbecue it, you can boil it, broil it, bake it,
Boil it,
saute it.
bake.
Days of shrimp
I love that.
kebabs, shrimp creole, shrimp gumbo, pan fried, deep fried, stir fried. Going on and on. It's like,
That's a watch talk, basically.
Pineapple shrimp, lemon shrimp, coconut shrimp, pepper shrimp. Shrimp
And don't
soup.
forget, for every claw that you bring back, the tavern keeper's paying good coin.
Oh, I know. We talked to her. And Mr. Ulmar, just so you know, next time you meet her, one of the stones we brought belonged to her family as well.
You can see him grimace. There's already this knowing look. As if already understanding. Having gotten his own stone back.
He gives a commiserating look of his own, Logan thus, a very subdued smile. All right, turning to his companions. Let's go get some shrimp, right?
Let's keep an eye out.
Yeah.
If there's nothing else, we should see about that boat. Yes.
Gonna haul the shrimp on that boat. We got rope for that, by the way. Rylan, you got rope?
I have plenty of rope.
All right.
Is it every claw or every pair of claws, assuming that the creatures have two?
Every pair of claws.
That's kind of what I assumed. I was like, you can't
Okay.
double dip on them, right?
Like, just
When
make
I-
it look like a left claw. It'll be fine.
When I
Turn it
bring an
upside
odd
down,
number
it'll
of
be square.
claws.
Yeah, you said only one claw per account, so we left the other one on it. Like, what the fuck? That's perfectly good meat.
Well, you could all, like, you don't, so here's the thing. Above board, you don't have to bring everything back. You just tell them where it's at. And as long as
Okay.
it's within Jorantt's spear, they're going to go get it and then pay you for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. We'll see what we come up with or come up against and stuff. So good to know,
We'll just bookkeep that.
You can loot the dungeon after you finish the dungeon. I like that.
though. Well, the beach, but yes. Okay. Well, if he doesn't have anything else to say, I suppose it's time to go do some beach patrol. Cue the Baywatch music.
I was gonna say, in this weather, it's the most decidedly unsexy Baywatch routine.
Yeah, hair's just limp. Everyone's cold.
Can we bring Hot Garrosh with us?
Denos is obviously still relegated to his duties as both the sheriff and the acting road warden for Jorantt's Spear, so he sadly cannot come along, as many of his responsibilities are relegated to the town itself and dealing with the town's problems internally first.
So no. He's
We'll
stuck.
chuck.
Man, I can't wait for Rylan to become a true road warden and then immediately he's delegated to pushing paper.
Welcome to
Yeah.
bureaucracy, my friend.
Yeah.
It's funny that you say that because his dad is specifically not like that. That's why he's a road warden, because he's like, I don't want to be a bureaucrat. That shit's dumb.
It's the sergeant who refused promotion 17th time.
I let Logan's dad get
The fucking-
promoted so that I didn't have to deal with that shit. I just want to go beat people up.
That's hilarious.
Wow.
So remind me of the quest. We're going southwest to fight storm scuttlers. Right?
That's where the boat
Down the
is.
coast, yes.
Down the coast. Okay. Are there any other details he mentioned?
I mean, other than apparently they have a tendency to turn on each other at various.
No. I
intervals.
mean specifically for like the task that he sent out.
Oh yeah, find the fishing boat that went missing because
There we
they.
go. Okay.
Yeah. That's what Southwest. That's where they said they left it.
I'm not sure they turn on each other. I think they just sort of hurt each other because the electrical shrimp kind of has AoE bullshit, I bet. Something like that.
But it's interesting to note that apparently they're not immune to lightning because.
Right, yeah.
They just generate it.
Yeah. Neat. All right then. Well, if he's not stopping us, not offering anything else, or having anything else to say, I say we start heading that direction.
Well, Mr. Umar, I think we've got everything settled. We're gonna head out.
I'm assuring Isolde has probably signed her name as well at this point.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
And the party was never heard from again.
Bye.
Finally, more wayfarers to get rid of.
He was the secret. He's the BBEG all along. He's been having wayfarers killed this whole
Can't
time.
wait. We'll be right back. One
I
week
mean-
later.
It would be in character for him to be a dark friend. Just saying.
That's fucked up.
Like, yeah, that convoy that you found that had my child in it. Yeah, I put a manicore bait on them, sent them out because I just couldn't stand to have them there. It was my stepchild, by the way. I never liked them.
He just goes, "This is my town," and just kills the wayfarers.
Fucking wrenches your neck.
Yep.
You want to face off
You-
against a true orc.
There you go.
Oh. Death.
Eat us, delete us.
All right, party. You've been given a direction and where to go. The rain still falling, lightning striking through the clouds, followed by that loud thoom of thunder. Where are you going?
I guess southwest along the beach.
All right.
We skip out of town.
Yeah, we're leaving actually.
Start moving your token, party.
I'm assuming we have to go to the beach.
Do it, Rylan. Move us.
As we move, I think Oliver would saddle up next to Bari and pipe up. Have you fought these things before? All right.
You not hear me?
Oh,
my
I
mic
didn't-
was
didn't.
fucked.
Didn't a second ago.
Sorry. I did not.
Sorry about that. DM, have I fought these before?
Ooh. We're gonna roll. I'm gonna roll a D100. On a 15 above, yes, you have. With a separate group. Yes, you
Oh my
have.
god.
Apparently a lot.
Fucking Beaches of Normandy moment.
You've had a previous encounter with storm scuttlers. Though it was only 2 storm scuttlers, and it was because they were attacking a vessel that had just come back to shore, in which you and a band of other fishermen had basically banded together to deal with this pelagic threat.
Aye, I've tussled with them at least once.
Any advice?
They're big and scary.
You see his ears pull back immediately. That's not advice.
What it is.
Oh Does she offer anything else?
They're like shiny things. Hide your shiny things and you'll be fine. Oh, and hit it really hard.
Oh, yes, of course. That makes sense. With this
She
information,
smiles and gives him a thumbs up.
Oliver looks a little less sure of this whole idea, but is trudging along nonetheless.
As you begin to continue to walk along the black sand beaches here of the of southern Jorantt Spear, you begin to feel this sort of atmospheric shift, or like your hair begins to stand up. There's this building of static electricity near you. It's almost uncomfortable the way that it begins to sort of weave itself through your clothing.
I think Barry would like breathe in, like deeply, like welcoming it almost.
Sorry, did you say static is building up in our clothing?
Yes.
Well, Oliver is maybe unwise, but he's not stupid, and he'd kind of pipe up. Do you feel that?
In my hair, yes.
Yes.
Yes, Isolde says, looking very fluffy at the moment.
I was just about to say, everybody who has relatively long hair, your hair is beginning to stand.
Yep. I look like an idiot, don't I? Shit.
You think they might be nearby? He gives a nervous look to the shoreline.
I think Rylan is going to actually look at the sand, see if there's any like strange ridges or bumps or concave portions of the sand.
You don't need to roll. The moment your sort of curiosity is piqued and you begin to shift through the sand, I lied. Perception or investigation?
JK.
We're hunting for animals. I think I would like to help them. DM.
Certainly. I don't believe he's looking for animals.
Oh.
I'm
Yeah,
looking-
where are you looking for them?
I'm looking for signs that these things are hiding in the sand and about to pop out like a bunch of assholes.
Go ahead and
I'll
roll
leave it
me-
up to you, DM.
I'll say you could also roll your own.
Okay.
So perception or investigation?
I will aid in.
Bullshit.
Never mind.
You'll do nothing.
I will sit
Alright,
on my
you know
ass.
what? Never mind.
Shut up.
You know what,
Oliver.
Ollie? You and I, let's go make sand castles. We're not needed here.
Okay.
Barry
so,
pats his head.
as you begin looking down, already there's this very obvious notion as you look. These things are not sort of ambush predators, at least not on the shore, especially not with how large Denos described these things and Bariev described these things to be. What you would note is the plethora of fulgurite that is just scattered throughout the sand.
What the fuck is fulgurite?
That's when lightning hits sand and it like arcs up and creates like kind of a sand glass, right?
Correct.
Oh.
It usually sticks up out of the sand too, unless it falls over, but I think they usually are found standing up.
I had no idea. I just found this out.
Well, I think it's because it goes deep underground usually, is why they stand up. So
You would find sort of larger pillars that are erected out of the beach, as well as smaller portions sort of scattered throughout, sort of giving you this more firm presence underneath the sand, sort of signifying that this is perhaps a more recent encounter area. And judging by some of the size of these pillars, as well as the sort of smaller ones that are clustered throughout, just in this vicinity, the amount of electricity or lightning that these guys can hit with is perhaps equivalent to that of an actual storm strike.
awesome.
What do you mean awesome? That sounds awful.
It's very sarcastic. Awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm just fucking with. Yeah.
Seeing the landscape, Oliver squeaks out again near Bari. How many did it take for you to kill 2 of these?
Hmm?
Well, you said you fought these things before. How many fishermen did it take to take down one of these things?
Bari was like staring at the storms above and just kind of taking them in. And the moment that you speak to her, she looks away from them at him. She scratches at her chin. Think there were like 9 of us.
How many survived?
She starts counting on her fingers.
So the main thing to consider with your last encounter with them is that amongst the group, you were the only person proficient in fighting. The others were civilians.
How many of them got hurt?
3 of them got hurt. Nobody died though.
They were civilian orcs, though, right? Just to be clear.
Well, I can't even remember any dying, but 3 of them were hurt pretty bad. She like rubs her like pointer finger over her bottom lip. Well, they weren't really fighters though.
Oliver
Just
kind of
puzzled thinking about it.
looks around at his group of mostly people who are definitely fighters, and he seems, you see, he kind of the uncertainty of that was plaguing him seems to resolve a little bit. Well,
Better with a pole than they were with a sword. Although, she just keeps going back and forth between like the danger of it all and like how well they handled it.
As you all are walking, something catches your attention immediately. You would watch as a arc of lightning strikes from the clouds and slams into the beach just past the hill here.
right as Oliver's like, they can't be that bad. The fucking lightning shoots down.
Did you ping that one more time? There we go. Cool.
We need to go around.
Well, I mean, where's the boat, though? Do we see it on the beach yet?
Well, hold on. As you see that, as it strikes, several seconds pass before lightning arcs out from behind this place again and strikes out into the water. And as you all are walking, you do see the boat sort of one side facing towards you, pressed up against a series of rocks.
There's like a shake of all of like Bari's muscles as they ripple around, and she's just starts stretching excitedly.
Rylan, the boat ain't leaving. We should check that out.
Remember, the task is to secure the boat. Do one
What
thing
if
at a
someone's
time.
in... What if they're in trouble?
Why would they be fishing on the other side of that hill?
I don't know. You've seen these folks. They're proud.
Out of sight of the town?
He gives a shrug.
Let's check the boat first. We'll see what we're in for after that.
As you all draw closer, that feeling of static electricity begins to build considerably. It's almost uncomfortable for a moment, causing you to shift and move around in your own clothing, before eventually it almost seems to subside somewhat. As you begin to approach, you also begin to notice lights on the beach. A sort of distant glow that begins to pulse and shift. You would hear this faint sort of electric static that's beginning to build. And as you begin to approach the lamps that adorn the border between the grass and the beach here, separated by this small patch or clearing of stone that's being washed away by the rising tides every now and then, you would see them for the first time. These massive crustaceans, these pelagic entities, surrounded by many more smaller versions. As well
God.
as the boat that you're looking for.
Oh, shit.
God, they look like psycho crawdads. Like frog crawdads with Cthulhu heads.
You would watch as some of them are sort of gathered around a small cluster of smaller versions of themselves. You would see them, their massive gnashing claws, ripping apart fish and sort of casting them at these smaller storm scuttlers, these prawns. And you would watch another set currently tearing into the boat, sort of unhooking and grabbing the fish that are sort of bound and gathered there at the sides. A more recent catch. As you approach, it's one of them who's sort of dealing with their, what could only be their children, or perhaps younger storm scuttlers whose many eyes shift and turn to the direction of the approaching wayfarers. You would watch as electricity crackles through its body and then begins to pulsate, this weird electrical overcharge. It's initiative.
Ba, ba, ba.
Fuck.
Let me go ahead and get the combat music started.
You mean our dirge? Oh, fuck.
Oh god, I gotta look at my spells. I'm a spellcaster now. Ah.
Yes, sir.
How do I delete a spell? There we go. I'm a spellcaster.
Mr. Duskbrand?
Ah, my apologies.
Okay. starting combat. Oh, give me a second. Why are you pulled so far in, camera? Ah, technical difficulties as always. Give me a second. Oh, okay. I see, you need to be further away. There we go. All right. Feeling that sense of electricity, you would watch as small arcs from this one begin sort of being drawn to this one.
Sorry, which was the other one?
This one's electricity is being drawn to this one.
Oh, okay.
It turns away from its children, sort of now looking at the approaching wayfarers. You would see its claws snap together loudly. This chittering noise that begins to build up, and then you would watch as its strange mandible-like clawed feet begin curling through the sand, now running towards you. This loud, like almost squealing noise generated from it. It doesn't get far before one of its claws sort of snaps together suddenly, and you would see as it generates a spark before rearing back, and like a flash of light, faster than you can see, sort of releases this jolt, this volatile spike. And this is aimed towards Logan.
Oh, aye.
22 to hit, dealing 5 points of damage.
It hits.
Since it's a projectile, can I use my reaction on that?
Let's see it.
Oh my god. My hero.
Making sure I'm doing it right. A second here. Use your reaction to reduce the damage a target takes. Hits a target other than you. It doesn't say by what, it just says hit, so. 1d10 plus your proficiency, which is 2, right? No.
Correct, it's 2.
Yeah, it is 2, yeah. Her 1d10 plus 2. Reduce damage by 8, so 0.
Dealing nothing, instead getting caught by your shield and dissipating.
Nice.
You would hear it bellow, this shrill noise now reverberating as all of the other storm scuttlers turn their attention. Give me 1 second. Rylan, something in particular, as this one gets closer, there's this smell of ozone in the air. You smell magic.
It's not natural phenomena, it's magical phenomena.
Bari,
Is that correct?
find out, brother. I'm just letting you know that you smell magic.
Interesting.
Stinky.
Alright.
Stinky.
Well, Bari is going to get up her two-handed maul and yeah. Let me see my range. I'm a caster now. Oh, sick. Location measuring, and perfect. Yeah, I think Bari would step up to the shoreline and lift her maul to the sky and praise her god and call down a sacred flame.
All right.
On this one.
Let's see it. Dexterity saving throw. It's using, I don't assume that's right.
I don't think so.
I'll say dexterity save is DC 9. Yike.
Because it's using your int mod. Should be using your wisdom. So that should be a DC 13. I will roll. That is a 9, taking 5 points of radiant damage. As it becomes sort of embroiled in holy light, you would watch as it sort of reacts violently, sort of thrashing around. Its many eyes closing and then opening as electricity begins to build throughout its strange mandibles. Its eyes now looking at you, Bari.
She grins unhingedly. I don't, My bonus action. I think we will bonus action divine favor. Prep that. So that I can hit hard. Actually, I'll probably save it until they get closer.
Okay.
Wise.
I mean, it lasts a minute.
Is it concentration?
Yeah. I think she'll wait here.
Okay. Oliver.
Dieb, I have a question.
As you do.
These funny poles that seem to be dotting the shore, are they metal?
Yes.
Would they draw lightning?
Find out.
All right. I guess I should ask, are they pure metal, like from top to bottom?
Are you... Why are you asking, brother?
Because
What are we getting at?
we're getting shot with lightning, specifically. And, well, if we have a bunch of metal poles, those should, theoretically, draw the lightning. Assuming it isn't, like, magic or something.
Well, you watched it shoot at Logan despite being in between two of them.
I see. Okay, are they tall enough to act as cover, at least?
Some cover, sure.
Okay. Brr. Okay. We're going to give... let's see. Oliver will tap Logan on the shoulder. Give him minor acceleration as a bonus action. Logan will have 10 extra feet of movement as he feels time slow just a little bit. And then Oliver will dash over here behind the pole.
Nice.
And then we will, as our main action, cast... we'll cast a little psychic stab on... How far does this go? 120? Are these little guys in initiative?
Yes, they are.
Oh, I don't see them on the... Oh, are they all, like... Are they all one initiative?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
I think they're the ones that don't have a little orange square on them, so they'd be right before my turn.
Right. Okay. You can't overkill with like spells, correct?
With ranged spells that, like, for example, hitting with a fire bolt could hit through multiple enemies. But a psychic stab is not going to overkill, no. You will kill it.
Okay.
You're not going to overkill it, though.
Well, I can throw shit, but I think they're too far. So I will psychic stab Debiggin that just took its turn.
All right.
No, it was almost 10.
That is a fail.
Oh my god, that it.
8
It's
points
fine.
of psychic
Shit.
damage.
Indeed. Jesus Christ. That'll be my turn.
Okay.
Where's the next turn button? There it is.
This one goes. Seeing recent movement is going to go towards you, Oliver. Sort of pushing its way. It's going to take a shot at you. You would have half cover, so you have a +2 to your AC currently.
Yes.
You are within 50 feet. It's going to shoot a volatile spike at you.
Oh. Oh.
Its electrical discharge instead dissipating just before hitting the sort of pylon that you are stood behind, finding no purchase.
Yes.
Isolde.
Oh, okay. Now they've all more or less shifted their attention over here, correct?
Yes. Real quick as well, you're a little quiet.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Let me bump you up on my side.
Bump this.
How about now?
Much better.
Okay, okay. Something must have messed with my little input here. Okay, so they've all noticed us. This one too?
Indeed. You can see its, as you look over, its many eyes and its head are beginning to rear in your direction.
Well, hold on, let me measure. Oh, come on now. No, I did not want to move. I want to measure. Oof.
What the hell are you measuring?
I don't know, my screen is like rapidly like moving away on me.
My kingdom for a fireball.
That's 70 feet, unfortunately. Shit.
There's a juicy pylon right over there.
There is a juicy pylon over there, and
Also a juicy, almost bloodied storm scuttler right there too.
yeah, that's true. Sorry, just doing.
I turned all the lights in my room to red, so now it's like we're fighting.
My blood god calls to thee.
All right, I understand now.
Bari starts screaming blood for the blood god. I think we need to reconsider her place in our team.
You're right, let's make it permanent.
Oh shit.
25. So make it to the other pylon, and we're gonna open with an ice knife on this guy.
Okay.
So yeah, we're putting it on the big guy. So everything in 5 feet of him has to make a dex save, including himself.
I think it's the AoE just hits him.
Well, it's the template only targets. It's meant for like a medium creature, but the spell says it explodes in each creature within 5 feet of the target.
The template doesn't reflect the fact that it's a larger creature, but it still shrapnels everything within 5 feet of it, apparently.
Very well.
Well, fuck.
All
Yeah,
right.
it- I love the proportional ice knife. If you hit a Tarask with an ice knife, it actually goes out in like a 50-foot radius.
So I was just thinking about that, so we might have to read into that to see if there's a limit on the shrapnel.
I would probably say large is about as big as you're getting.
Unless you maybe upcasted it or something. I don't know.
That would be a homebrew.
Yeah. I don't know. I can only. I'm trying to think.
A 19 hits, so taking the 8, and then taking the 8 cold. Okay, so it's now bloodied, which means
It's badge.
it gets bloodied rage. So you'll watch as you strike it, the ice knife piercing the strange sort of plated body of this creature. You would watch the ice now forming underneath and then breaking its exoskeleton. And as it does, it shrieks out in pain. You would see the energy immediately dissipating from this creature, being discharged into the sand. And instead, its claws begin to almost twist and become this strange, like, amalgamation. You would see, like, 2 more smaller claws rip out from underneath its scaled body. And as it screams, it spews blood.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm glad its blood spew is over there. But that's my action. That's my movement. I don't have any bonus actions to speak of, so I will end my turn.
Okay. This one goes. All right, rushing forward. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We're gonna roll a 1 or 2, 4, 6, 8. We're gonna roll a d10. 2, 4. Logan.
Hello.
It
It's me again.
hurls a volatile spike at you.
Oh.
I don't have a reaction left, I'm sorry.
It's alright, I got a body to break apart for it.
23 hits, dealing 7 points of lightning damage. As it
Yes,
strikes you,
sir.
your whole body shudders in response.
Damn, even I shuddered in response.
Okay. Logan.
Indeed. So what's the intention Logan would wean off of Ryland there beside him? What is he intending to do at a glance?
Probably. I mean, we've got to keep these two from running into the people hiding behind poles, try to gather them up so that the ranged guys can whittle them down while we engage, I guess.
A glance.
Yeah. I mean,
Is he going in or is he not going in?
he's going in.
Okay, so Logan is too. Yeah, after ducking behind Ryland's shield and peeking his head again, he hadn't seen the other scuttlers approach. And the spike comes soaring by. It hits Logan squarely in the face, and you see him crunch in his expression as this lightning shatters across his visage, leaves behind this comical, like, mask of soot. And then he charges forward. We're coming right. Is this a good spot here? Yeah.
Yep, you're not on their squares.
Perfect.
Logan about to get the Blake treatment.
Logan about to swing his greatsword at the one below him, actually. Is that good?
Let's see it.
Let's see it indeed.
A 14 just misses.
It does it? Excellent.
As you swing, you watch as the creature reacts this very quick motion despite being wounded, sort of bringing up its massive claw to not catch your blade, but almost cause it to scrape off of it and miss.
Yeah, I can totally see Logan charging down the beach, the rain in his eyes, the wind cutting at them, him flailing his sword, screaming. And as soon as he gets in range, he swings and the sword just skids off of the shell. But now he's engaging them, so that's my turn.
All right. So, as the Storm Scuttler frigate has become bloodied, it gains access to Bloodied Rage. So, first things first, it suffers a permanent -2 to its AC and saving throws. However, in return, becoming enraged, it gains a +5 to its damage and gains double movement speed. And its eyes are settled on Isolde.
Yeah.
The frigate is going to attack with its charged claws. Or its bloodied swipe, sorry.
It's great
7
that
misses.
the blood marks actually just makes the claws bloodied.
That is a 14 to hit, which I believe misses.
Misses.
Both swings instead catching against the pylon, one of them just barely missing you. Its eyes intent on you, now seething. The sloops go. And they are a minion, so they go on 1 initiative. Seeing that one of your people has engaged, this group here will begin making its way over to assist and begin joining in.
Yeah, what's up with their mouths, though?
They're gonna tickle you.
They're gonna eat you, lad.
Oh, they're gonna eat you, lad. You hit their mother.
This group is going to move as well. Beginning to rush now. The smell of blood, they're hungry. As will this group. Rushing towards Oliver. In fact, while this group is making their attack, these little ones are going to dash.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Pay no attention to the calico behind the pole.
And these ones, the scuttlers nearby, or the prawns, are going to make a group attack against Logan. Called Beachhead.
Yeah.
They sadly miss. Instead of being waylaid by 2 massive ones, you have smaller ones, albeit as large as some dogs here in Tyros, beginning to try and grab at your ankles with these crushing claws.
I think he'd keep them away by stomping at the sand out in front of them.
Rylan.
So I can't really say a whole lot on my turn, right? It's just very short things.
You guys can talk to each other.
Okay. Okay. Far I can actually go first. Of course. No, I can go there. Definitely can't go there. Alright. I think he'll call out. Oliver, fall back. Bari, back up Isolde. Logan, I'm coming. And then he'll run here. So it's 30 feet. That's about as far as I can get.
Okay.
So I need... yeah. Oh, didn't do it. Come on.
Looks like you're set to ruler.
Oh, yeah. It's like, you little shit. There we go. Jesus Christ. Alright. So I am here. I can't. Fuck. Their rage doesn't seem to make them go against each other, though, which is unfortunate. And if they're group attacking Logan, I can't attack any of the little sloops, right?
You cannot reach them, sadly. Not from that position, at least.
Can I throwing hammer the big guy?
Yeah. Although you are... So here's the thing. You are within 5 feet of another creature. You are making a ranged attack, which will put you at disadvantage.
From when I was, like, running, then.
If you were here and then did it to take your attack action and then move up the rest of the way, I would allow that, sure.
So, like, here, attack action, then move in?
Sure.
Alright, we'll see if this works, because I haven't actually used these before. Okay, heavy... strength... Of course, nice. Never mind. Well, that didn't do shit, so...
No creature is nearby to take an opportunity against you. Instead, it would catch against the rather durable shell that this creature has, of which, having not been bloodied and not yet exposing the internals of this creature, instead would collide, creating this thunderous noise, but it would instead fall at its feet.
That's fine. Alright, well, I'm in position, so I guess I have... Maybe... Don't find that against a daze. And then the daze condition does what again?
The dazed condition, when applied to a creature, forces them either to take a action, a bonus action, or their movement. They are limited on their turn.
Interesting. Alright, well, it's not super useful right now. Okay. I will stand ready to defend Logan until I can get into a better position.
Okay. I'll let you know as well for those attack actions. I meant to explain it last time. We didn't get into any combat. The way that it works is that you declare it first, that like concussive smash, for example, and then you make the attack. It doesn't grant you an extra attack.
I was looking at the one that's a bonus. Like, I only have one that's a bonus action. I was looking at that one.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I know that. I was just... Yeah. Plus, I don't know if the does the throwing hammers actually have one?
They would use your... If you were... these are all like melee hits, so your ranged ones do not.
Yeah, so that wouldn't have mattered anyway. So I didn't even think about that. That wouldn't have mattered, actually. Huh. Alright, anyway. Okay, cool. I guess I'll end the turn.
Alright. This one, seeing two creatures now within range, you would watch as electricity begins to build within its claws as he reaches up and then slams them down into the ground, dissipating the electricity in an electric discharge. I need you and Logan to both roll me dexterity saving throws, please.
Rylan, those are our saves, remember?
You would also watch as it hits this creature here, also forcing it and the sloops to make saving throws as well.
It's dexterity, baby, so you know we got this. You know it's in the bag. It's in the bag, baby. What's up?
It's easy.
Holy shit.
Huh. Amazingly, yes.
Okay. So, first things first, the prawns get hit with the electric discharge, the electricity racking their bodies to the point where their shells burst. They die.
Oh my god.
Yikes.
You ever see a shrimp popcorn itself?
You'd also watch as
Kinda
this
want to,
other
though.
Oh my
storm
God.
scuttle, one of the frigates, having succeeded, but still the electricity clings to them more. And you would see how it begins to build around their body to the point where it's lashing out, now beginning to sort of arc off of your armor. As it would take, as all of you nearby, it would take 4 points of lightning damage.
Owie.
All right. Bari.
All right. Seeing this big boy and its sloops approaching Isolde, she will rush forward, letting out a cry of battle. And once again, she will lift up her maul to the sky and call down a word of radiance.
Okay.
Almost as if, like, oddly enough, trying to act as a God, what's the little metal rods that conduct things from the sky?
A lightning rod?
Kind of, yeah. She's almost enacting like that, and feeding into the storm above her.
Let's see it.
I don't know how to rotate it. But yeah, we'll hit that.
Okay. I'll let you know that Word of Radiance is uttered on you.
I know, but they're 15 feet, more than 15 feet away from me, so. Or
What?
less than 15 feet away from me.
The center of the saving throw is on you, though.
But it says 15 feet. What's the, I don't understand it then.
Burning Radiance erupts from you. Unless I'm reading that wrong. So this is, you would put the cube on yourself. Fairly certain that's how that works. Former cleric, I look at Isolde.
Yes, so Word of Radiance does come from you. So it's 5 feet around you. Let me double check the spell 1 second just to 100% that for you.
Oh, they mean 15 feet across.
Yeah.
Why is it only 10 feet wide?
Yeah, Word of Radiance has a range of 5 feet, so it's just around you.
You'd be better off moving over one square to the left then if you were going to try and pull that off.
I'll leave it as it is. I don't want to retcon it.
Okay. Give me 1 second. This guy has a -2 to his con save. Making that a 14 just succeeds. The sloop is going to go. Succeed on saving throw. Okay, which it succeeds. As you utter this word of radiance that erupts through you, this word of power, you would watch the strange shell of this creature now guarding against the radiant flame as it instead whips its attention towards you. The many sloops now beginning to chitter, their claws snapping in your direction.
Okay. So how does? Okay, it's a weapon action. Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else. So, that.
I was staying put there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Oliver.
Oh boy. So we got some boys heading at us. Some guys, some little dudes.
You do have about 4 sloops on their way to perform beachhead on the one hiding behind a pylon.
Yeah, it's Oliver is like peering around the little pylon, and then Ryland's like yells retreat, and he looks like around the other side and sees these 4 little dudes.
And they're definitely not little is the other issue.
Little is a figurative term, okay?
4 fins are basically on their way right now.
Frick. Okay, what we're gonna do... Who goes next? Yeah, Oliver's going to... Can I go here? Ooh, I can. Damn it. Okay, I'm going to minor acceleration on myself.
Okay.
Give me, as a bonus action, give Oliver a little bit of extra speed as he bolts from his place of refuge. He's going to bolt over yonder, I believe. Like right here. And he is going to, basically after sprinting far enough away, as far as he knows, he's going to pivot, and then he will focus on the bloodied one. And he's going to cast Choke on it.
Okay.
His eyes will dilate as he focuses on the creature.
All right. One large or smaller creature of your choice. See, take 47. On a failure, target is restrained for the duration. Save ends at the end of the turn. A target restrained this way takes 1d6 force damage to start each turn. Okay. So you will roll this with a -2. Just succeeds.
Yeah.
Does he still take the initial damage? On a failure, target restrained. On success, the target takes 1d6 force damage. All right, so they would take the 5, wounding them further.
Right.
And do you succeed on your strain check?
So when it matches the order, I take 1 strain.
Okay.
So I've taken 1 strain. Onto his very soul, which means he has disadvantage on wisdom and charisma checks.
Understood.
That'll be my turn.
Okay. Ooh, it's a feast, boys. Smelling blood on the beach. It's going to attack Logan.
Hello, friend. I hear you have multi-attack. Is that true? Ah!
It is going to make an attack
Okay.
as a natural 20.
Rylan!
Yeah, that was probably the one that we would try to deflect.
Let's see it.
The total is what, 7?
Total is
Four.
11.
Total is 11. Okay.
It rolled really bad for a crit.
So take down by 7.
All
so
right.
He would take
Getting
the
rid of.
4.
We'll get rid of the piercing and deal 4 points of lightning,
Thank God.
bringing Logan down to bloodied. It attacks again.
Are you serious?
Holy shit. Okay.
Ah,
Nice.
alrighty.
I got nothing on that.
It's all good. I got nothing either.
You are on death's door, Logan.
I am DM.
Isolde.
Wanting to clear out this riffraff before helping the boys, I'm going to cast Frostbite on the one in front of me.
Okay. You're making this save with a -2. Is a 17 succeeds. Does it still take the
No.
target takes 1 okay. As you attempt to grip it with this icy grasp, you would watch as it forms over the carapace, the shell of this creature, and just almost shatters off of it, the electricity breaking the frostbite. Sorry, the blood breaking the frostbite.
That's all I got, really. I mean, I could try risking it for the biscuit. But all of its attacks have bleed now.
I'm gonna let you know that this creature, it doesn't have like a multi-opportunity attack or anything like that.
I mean, fine. We'll try and fall back
All right.
next to Oliver, 15 feet. Whew.
A 9 misses. You can feel its claw attempting to graze against your back, just barely missing. This shrill cry. This thing is furious at you.
But that's all I got right now, unfortunately. So, end turn.
All right. This storm scuttler is going to go. It is going to. You watch as electricity begins to generate in its body, and then it slams down. I need you both to roll me dexterity saving throws. Okay. Logan, I need you to roll me a death save, please.
I shall DM. Wah. Oh no, those are supposed to be private, right?
It's fine.
Fuck.
That was an old roll. Okay, so you would note, first things first, the other prawns that are nearby, the other sloops, die as they are caught within the electrical discharge. Not even getting to reach Oliver yet. You would also note that the other two that are hit, we're gonna roll for them. Success taking half. And a fail. Okay, so you would watch as this one's body begins to generate electricity again. Taking half, becoming bloodied. Of which it begins to thrash as the electricity within its body very quickly causes it to almost short circuit as the electricity is suddenly dispersed around it as it enters a bloodied rage. Losing AC and saving throw bonuses. Even though this one succeeded, it still takes... this one failed, so it would take the full 12 and gain 2 stacks, as you would watch its body now suddenly become rigid, its entire form tightening up as it makes this guttural noise. This creature is stunned as it becomes overwhelmed with electricity, unable to dispense it. Oh, sorry. Not stunned. It gains a vulnerable token. All right. Logan, at the start of your turn, I need you to roll me a death save.
I will, good sir.
That's success. What are you doing on your turn?
I'd like to use a bonus action to use a healing surge.
Let's see it.
Nice. I go to my features, I press the funny button. Have you prepared me in your kindness?
You heal yourself for 4, no longer on death's door. You do gain 1 point of exhaustion.
I do. Let me press the heal myself funny button. Okay. Yeah, it's looking kind of hairy. I think,
I will let you know that that is your turn.
that is my turn. You're right. Sorry.
It's all right.
I guess we're done.
All right. The enraged Stormsculler wanting to get to Isolde and seeing a creature in front is going to attempt to slam Bari to basically get her out of the way so it can get to Isolde. In 8 misses. A 22 hits, dealing 10 points of piercing, and you are bleeding for 2 for 3 rounds. You are bloodied. The sloops go. The sloops.
Oh.
Use their action to dash, unable to do anything on their turn. These ones begin to surround Bari. They are going to join in a group attack, a beachhead. That becomes a 18, 19, 20 to hit. Or sorry, 22, 23, 24, dealing 4 points of piercing damage. As well, you get hit with voltage, so you would take another 4 points of lightning as the sloops now begin to, as they get within range, you would watch as this cluster of them begins to build this electricity between them that is shocked throughout your body. These are the only sloops that remain, as the others have died by friendly fire. Riley. I'll let you know the one to your right does have a vulnerable token.
What does that do again?
Vulnerable token deals double damage and consumes the token.
I'm kind of stuck here. I would have liked to have gone after the big one, but I can't. Unless I can... No, I can't even do that. Fuck. Can I swap places with Logan? Can I, like, do a little, like, shift type thing?
Usually that's reserved for battle masters, but in this situation, I'll allow it. If Logan is willing, of course.
He's willing.
You sure? No. Okay,
So we'll
Or maybe I want to live my life.
go ahead
we'll
and swap positions.
having trouble. Oh, there you go.
Alright. Switch positions. How long does the vulnerable token last on that guy?
I'm afraid I cannot tell you that.
Alright, so 1 turn. uh, kind of fucked right now, but we really need to get this guy the fuck out of here. I'm probably not gonna do enough damage. That's too much. Too much shit. I'm gonna try and finish off the one at the bottom here. This guy.
Okay, let's see it.
Let's see, I'll use the broadsword. Unless there's something particularly good. Does it... Did you ever implement a thing where it said like what weapon features does for what weapon?
Yep, you just got to open it and see. So if you open Lacerate, for example, and read the top right, it says Weapon Action Longsword. But this would obviously be changed to your broadsword now.
Oh, it does the same thing. Okay, interesting. Lacerate. Bigger so I can actually read this shit. Because it's cut off, which is awesome.
If you would like, you can shorthand where it says Weapon Action and just put WA. So that way it's viewable as like a quick glance.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I might have to do that just so I can see what weapon it's attached to easier. Alright, let's try to do piercing strike on this guy.
Let's see it.
Is it gonna flip out because it's not using a longsword? Or do I just roll attack and it just does the thing?
So the way that you'll do it is you'll do piercing strike first, and then you'll make your attack roll.
Pierce. There's the broadsword. 14.
A 17 definitely hits.
It's the 14. Oh.
If you were two-handing it.
No, I'm not. So 7.
7, and it is bleeding. 2 bleeding for 3. All right, so it's bleeding 2 for 3. This creature is mortal.
Okay. And feature. This one. I'm not going to consume that. Okay, we're going to use burn my bonus action to pommel strike the same one.
Okay.
Just roll it.
Yep, and now you'll make a weapon attack.
Okay. Let's see. I was hoping it would go for more. Of course.
An 11 with its -2 to its AC just misses.
Yep. We tried.
Indeed you did. It is bleeding, though.
I was hoping to get it low enough so that the bleed would kill it, but I guess that won't be happening.
Oh god. That was loud.
It does take its bleed, though, so that's cool, I guess.
Indeed it does. At the start of a turn, it would suffer the 2 bleed. This creature is barely standing. It is going to make its attacks against you. Sorry, it's going to reroll first. It succeeds. It is not going to attack you. It is going to do electric discharge. I need you to roll me a dexterity saving throw. Logan, I need you to roll me a dex save. That's a fail on that one. That is fail on that one. All right. So this one gets hit, taking 15 points, becoming bloodied. However, also gaining its stacks of doom, thus gaining a vulnerable token. This one failed, gaining a 2 stacks of doom again. A man does not want to succeed his deck saves. Also becoming bloodied. Thus losing. Okay. Rylan, you succeed, taking half. Logan, you would fail, bringing you back down to Death's Door.
Indeed.
Bari, at the start of your turn, you bleed for 2.
Gross. All right.
Sorry. Real quick, let's take a quick 5.
Okay.
All right.
When we come back, we'll pick up with Bari's turn.
Okay.
I'm back.
Go away. Okay, Discord.
Hello.
Howdy.
Lorp.
Are we off break?
What?
I said, are we off break?
Yeah.
Cool.
Everybody's back. Isolde?
I'm here.
Rylan?
I'm here.
All right. Barry, it's your turn.
We're gonna Word of Radiance.
Okay. Let's see it. As we rolled with a -2. Okay. So, the Storm Scuttler frigate will take 1 point of radiant damage. The sloops nearby fail, thus getting eradicated by radiant energy. That word of power echoing out from you as the smaller prawns basically recoil and then erupt, their shells bursting.
All right, let's see. Bari wants calling down that radiant just shine out from her maul. Will then, in like a swooping motion, point it towards Logan and call down a similar like thing from the sky as her sacred flame, but instead of hitting him with it, it engulfs him in like almost like a plated dome. And she will cast Sanctuary on him.
Okay. Ooh, just within reach too? All right. Maintaining concentration now on Sanctuary.
She'll say Sanctuary in Draconic.
My goodness.
You are warded.
Giga brain in play.
All right. That was your action, your bonus action. You killed a bunch of the sloops nearby. Are you doing anything else? Are you staying there, I should say?
I don't really want to provoke an opportunity attack. So
It missed its last one.
yeah, that's I don't know. I have an 8 int. Maybe I do think it will miss.
When the
That's
DM
definitely a
quietly
wisdom thing.
gaslights you.
Oh, well then I'm gonna 16 wisdom. I'm very involved. I know better.
This thing is trying to get past you to get to Isolde. Like, it wants blood. So it's going to get through you some way, shape, or how. And if you run, you're basically just freeing this thing up.
me when I finally get them.
Um. Yeah, I think I'll stay here. I don't think she's the one to move out of something's way,
Okay.
no matter how bleeding, bloody she is.
Oliver.
Well, GM, at times like
Blah,
this,
blah, blah, blah.
I like to think of what my dear friend Rossi would say, which is kill the bastards.
Nice.
So we're going to do just that. We are going to kill one of these bastards. Namely this one. Right here.
Okay.
We're going to second stab it.
Let's see it. All right. This will be a roll with a -2. And that is 5 points of damage. You would
It omega fails.
you would watch as its entire body shudders. This involuntary reaction, as if all of the nerves in its body, all of the synapses fire at once before being overwhelmed and collapsing into a heap. There's no death cry, no throes or anything like that. It is a silent death.
Oh my god. You described my
Oh,
spell
you'd have
so
also
well.
consumed the vulnerable token. That would have dealt 10 points of damage.
Good, good, yes. No kill like overkill. Indeed. So true, Barry. Speaking of, we're also gonna sort of shimmy around these boys. Can I step through them, or do I have to like actually
You're
walk
gonna have
around
to step around them.
Oh, this is gonna be awkward.
And if you provoke an AOP from one, they will join in a group AOP.
I see. Well, Barry's gonna need the help, so we're gonna move right here. Blop.
Okay.
Give me that.
5, 10, 15. All right, and remember, moving through corpses is difficult terrain.
Okay.
They are going to make a group AOP beachhead.
Owie.
That hurts. You would take 2 points.
Ow.
And move this little guy out of the
Okay.
way. Are you maintaining concentration on anything?
Not yet,
Okay.
because the choke didn't work. We're gonna give. We will be, because we're gonna give Bari a glimpse. A glimpse of the future, and the next attack on her will be at disadvantage.
Understood. She is buffed.
But that's real fucking weird for her.
Yeah, bad. You just feel this little little man touch like your spine,
Hey, what are you doing?
and and then you just kind of feel like, God, it's not even like a sensation of time slowing, but you feel like this just subtle knowledge of what's going to happen next, like the millisecond before it happens.
Watching this creature go through several actions as it's swinging at you.
Correct. For a briefest of moments, you see all the options it can take. And then said little cat boy is also then going to run away. Or try to. So that's 25. Let's see. 5, 10, 20, 25, 25, 30, probably like right here.
So it'd be 5, 10, 20, yep, 25, 30. Yep,
Perfect. All right, as per turn.
perfect. That one's dead. Assault it.
Yes.
All right, neat. These guys already did their reaction, but they're still within 5 feet of me. What's dropping an item?
That is that's just a free action. That doesn't consume
Right.
like your object interaction or anything like that.
So I can drop an item for Bari?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, In that case, we're going to move up. And we are going to drop bandages for her.
Okay.
And she's going to be supplies for the bleeding. I'll try and take care of that one. And then, having moved away, we are going to try and cast Ray of Frost at this guy.
Let's see it. 21 hits. Like 6 points of cold.
And I'm going to dump a Fire's Burn into it.
Okay.
I want that shrimp boiled in its own carapace.
More than enough to do. Though it is
Frozen
a weird
envelope.
chemical reaction, being hit by cold and fire at the same time.
That would make it
Instead,
explode.
you don't want that. Instead, causing its carapace to bubble. You would watch as these bulging forms begin to grow on its carapace. Its eyes looking at you intently before they burn out of their socket. The body collapsing to the ground.
And she'll continue her movement over to the next pylon. And,
Take an additional one while you're there.
funny guy. Okay, end turn.
Okay. This one focused on Logan still. Not really sure how abjuration magic or anything like that works. He's going to roll. Doesn't get his electric discharge back. Is going to attempt to make a wisdom save as it attacks. This will be with a -2. 15, I believe that succeeds against your save for Sanctuary. Is that harmful for us to make a wisdom save throw? Yes. So it is going to attack Logan.
Hello, I'm Logan.
It doesn't get flanking anymore. All right, I need you to roll me a death save with a -1, please.
I'm gonna use my reaction and try to lower that.
see it.
Well, I mean, does it? Wait a second. What D10 plus 2?
I think you're better off preventing the next one.
I was gonna say because it doesn't matter how much damage he takes if he's on death's door. If he gets
It's
one
if he gets
point,
hit. Correct.
if he even takes 1 point of damage, he gets the thing. So the number of damage he's taking doesn't matter at this point.
I believe that's a failure. Yeah.
That would become
Actually.
a 9. Yeah. Oh, sorry. You would already have a point of exhaustion, so this would be an 8.
Yep.
It's going to attack again.
It has to be.
A 8 misses. This time catching against that strange magical barrier this time. Sort of finding the claws stopping just from hitting, grasping around your neck.
Does it need to make a wisdom save for every attack?
That's what I thought. But I could be wrong. I haven't used Sanctuary in forever.
Let me double check. I didn't think so. Would a creature with an attack or a harmful spell must make a wisdom save? I failed to save the creature. I will do a quick little looky look. You might be right.
Failed save. Creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell. Doesn't protect the
It's one. Oh no, you are correct. Sorry. So we'll roll a new save for this. It's -2.
I corrected the DM. I'm so cool.
He missed anyway, but yeah, sure, fuck it.
So that would have succeeded. And the second attack would have gone, but it missed. Logan, at the start of your turn, you are not bleeding or anything like that. So go ahead and roll me your death save with a -1, please. All right.
That's a failure?
That is another failure.
Indeed. So I believe I should have a potion that was never given to me.
Also have lay on hands and other stuff too. So
Yeah, I do.
unless you're trying to just burn a bonus action right now, which makes sense. Yeah, we should have. I mean, we kind of never got a chance to character sheet wise distribute the supplies, but we should have. Yeah, they should have been distributed because there's no way Isolde was carrying all that shit from Elion's all the way here.
I mean, she is a half giant.
She's a noodle arm half giant.
That doesn't mean anything when you have double carry capacity.
Let's just assume that we haven't gotten to it in character. It's fine.
I'm about to say she can carry as much as you can carry right now, and she has less
Yeah.
strength than you.
That's nice. And I have like a healing elixir on me. I don't know. You could like reach out and snatch it or something if you want.
No. DM, I'll use 10 points of lay on hands on myself. Take an
Okay.
action.
No longer on death's door. You will
Yeah, that's my
incur
turn.
the 3 points of exhaustion.
Yep, we're at 4 now.
That one is dead. There are 2 more sloops left.
Hey.
Last little guys. Blah, 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 blah.
Whoa, hey. Why me?
That is a great question. I think it's because you're small.
What the fuck?
Because they were locked in on you
I'm
from the start.
average.
Like those are the same 2 that have been following you this entire combat, actually.
It is a 12, which misses. They're just harassing you.
Fucking assholes.
Rylan.
Little pricks, yeah. Okay. Seeing Logan heal himself. This guy's bleeding out, so Rylan taking on his typical or his experience with combat and seeing the way this thing's laboring. He'll turn to face this guy, and it's time to do some fuck him up action.
Let's see it.
Let's see what I got. Can't really make his weak grip happen. That would be silly. Just like you can't make his claw fall off. That'd be kind of funny though. Or to use piercing. Or to use rush. I can use lacerate. I can make him bleed. That sounds like a fun choice.
Let's see it.
So let's do. So use lacerate.
Indeed.
Okay. Cool. Good. GG. And then we go in with the broadsword. 16.
16 hits. Okay. It is vulnerable, consuming the vulnerable token.
Oh, it does 12?
Indeed. The lacerate is unnecessary.
Oh, well, it's fine. So I think, yeah, he'll pivot around and like throw his shield up in the face of the bleeding one, just to kind of distract it. But in that feint, rams his sword right up into the middle of all its flailing pinchers and legs and gross shit, and just
Easily done. Running it through with your broadsword, you would watch as its entire body shudders, its claws poised at the ready to keep wailing on Logan, despite that form of abjuration protecting him. Instead, its attention drawn to the last second at you as it collapses in a heaping pile.
These nightmarish creatures can be beaten. They can be slain.
You said the thing.
Anything else on your turn?
God, I wish I could pass off some of my healing to him, but
You can do just what Solde did. Drop the item.
I mean, he is up 5. I think what first thing I need to do is I'm going to use a second wind on myself.
Okay.
Prediction when you train spell section game must from this feature, you must finish a long rest before. Yeah. Or is it healing surge that's better? I don't remember. That one, healing
They both
surge
do the
uses
same
your
thing
hit.
for you. Well,
But
so
which
healing
one
surge
consumes?
is based off your con. Second wind is based off your level.
Which one consumes your hit dice though? Is that healing surge?
Correct.
Am I only supposed to have one use of that? I think so. Oh, that's right. I had 2 uses of second wind. That's right. Okay. I'll burn a second wind for now.
Let's see it.
7 points.
Okay, heal yourself for
Cool.
7.
Okay, so I'll bring myself up a little bit just to do the thing. And I need to fix my character sheet and after this, but I think that's good for now.
Okay. Make sure you
Yeah,
heal
I'll-
yourself.
Oh, I think it didn't it? Or did it not add it? No,
Nope.
it didn't. You're right.
You have to add it.
Okay. I will drop air quote the elixir behind me, but I'll just it's. Or do I have to drag it like I did, like as old I did? So I don't remember.
Drag it out of your character sheet.
Oh, healing elixir.
It'll take an object interaction from Logan to pick it up.
Can I put it right? Do I just drop it like anywhere in these squares?
Anywhere around you.
You're giving a healing. Oh, see, it's trying to make me give it to the Storm Scuttler frigate.
There you go.
Thanks. That should make that. Healing elixir. Create new pile. Okay. Yeah, he just tosses it behind him into the sand and squares off against Bleedy Boy, even though Bleedy Boy is probably going to bleed and die the next turn,
The
but you
elixir
never know.
explodes.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Why'd you throw so hard, idiot?
Yeah, fuck me. I don't know. Goddamn. All right, and then with that done, these guys dead. He's just going to move shift over one, and then we're good.
Okay.
Turn.
You would be technically standing on a Storm Scuttler corpse.
Oh, you're right. Never mind.
So, I mean, you can stand there. Just remember that it's difficult terrain.
Yeah, I forgot that you had moved it. I thought that was just an open space. My bad. So I'll stay where I'm at.
Okay. At the start of this one's turn, it'll suffer its bleed, which is more than enough to kill it. Its final moment, this gurgling noise, unable to really do anything. Its claws raised just like the other. Its attempts to swing, but its strength fails it, instead just barely tapping the side of your shield before it collapses into a pile. Defeated.
Just pushes it over like.
Sorry, at the start of your turn, you bleed for 2. You have 1 more round of bleeding left.
You do have bandages right there.
Indeed. I think we will use a bonus action to Healing Surge.
Okay. Heal yourself for 7. I'll let you know. Healing Surge is still a mundane form of healing. It does not get rid of bleed.
That's fine.
Okay. Go ahead and heal yourself for 7.
And Barry reels back as most of the things around her are dead, and she will search for more. Turning her head to continue, she will crawl over. Not crawl, but like crunch over the babies and get up next to these ones.
Okay.
Here, calling out her word of Bahamut. And again, word of radiance.
Let's see it.
Obviously excluding our cat boy.
Oliver explodes. Alright. As a fail. More than enough to turn them into popcorn scrimp. They
We're eating good tonight. As your blood goes out her mouth.
With that, there are no more active combatants on the field, and as such, combat is over. Bari, you would bleed your last 2 before you are no longer bleeding. With that,
Are there 4 scuttlers just hanging out on 2 on the boat and 2 on the water down there?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Just vibing, huh?
In fact, as you
From
would,
far away, yo dog, that's crazy.
as this entire thing has been happening, they haven't joined. You've been watching them basically filling up their claws with fish, and by the end of combat, they're running, like they're gone.
Little assholes.
Barry looks intent on killing them.
If you want to follow them out into the water, you are more than welcome to.
Those are
In
the
fact,
smart ones, by the
I
way.
encourage it.
Those are the ones that are making it to Galleon right there.
The storm rages.
If that's the case, we'll stay in initiative.
No.
Okay.
I won't be able to catch them till they're gone.
All right.
And I'm not proficient in swimming.
As the piles of storm scuttlers linger around you, well done, party. Combat is over.
Thanks.
Nice. Yeah, Logan has this very incredibly pained grimace as he holds a burning palm to his neck, directly against the gouging cut of the scuttler where he chopped open his throat, led him so close to death. He's lay on hands, burning as a cauterizing flame singes his skin and knits it in this very ugly patch of brown. It is rejuvenating, sure, but in this moment of desperation, Logan's divine magic seems strangely affected, borrowing some of his heritage's flame, so to speak. And he'll reach down for the elixir. One palm to his neck, the other reaching down, his head awkwardly held up as he paws at it, blindly takes it, and then drinks it.
After about 30 or so, like 40 or so seconds, that scaled shield will drop from around you.
You would also note in the area that feeling of static begins to dissipate until eventually everything is normal once more. The presence of the storm scuttlers now having been wiped out. As well, Rylan, your smell, that sense of magic fades.
So was it constant the entire time?
Yes. Until the
It didn't-
last storm scuttler died.
So it wasn't a thing that like became stronger or like that every time they used lightning. It was just magic is always happening, and then when they left, it was gone.
When they died, it was gone.
Okay.
Which is a form of leaving, when you think about it.
This mortal coil, yes. Okay. Okay. Well, looking around, taking stock, Rylan will give his broadsword a quick like slash along the ground, just to like clear gross shit off of it, and give it a little wipey offy, and then sheath it. Injuries to report.
Meanwhile, Isolde, after seeing the last scuttler fall, she kind of came running from her post at the lantern here, and she's kind of taking off her bag, trying to go through it as she sees Logan, while recovering from the ordeal. Still, you don't look good, buddy.
No, his injuries, numerous, appear only haphazardly healed. The cuts, the open rents, the riven flesh, everything just in a kind of hurry put together by lay on hands, but their bruising, like the effect they've had on his body, are permanent, it seems almost. A purplish, marbled-like effect on his skin. And as he sees her in a hurry, he sort of waves her off. No, easy, I'm all right.
You're
help
turning
me.
purple, Logan.
I know. I just need to sit down. How's the rest?
Oliver looks okay, and Bari stood in front of that creature for me. She may need some attention, but before you do that, and she'll find what she was looking for and hand the healer's kit off to you.
Oh, there he was. Right. All right, let's treat some folk. Rylan, how you doing?
I'm fine for now. Why don't you take a seat over by that lantern?
Yep.
Patch yourself up.
Already Logan is reaching out to sort of assist himself on Ryland's shoulder and drape an arm around Izzy, and you'll sort of lead them by his need over to the rest.
Yep. Dragging you along.
I think Bari would have, she's bleeding in various places, and it's kind of slowed, and she'd hold, the maul down and rest it next to her foot. And with her right hand, just kind of clap it down on Oliver's shoulder. You alright, little man? You fought hard, huh?
Looks over at, you see him like glance at the hand, probably coating him in more blood than he had previously, and looks back up. I'm fine. How much of that is yours? There. Little nips here and there, but you might need some tending.
You're not wrong. She kind of just.
I was just waiting for her to collapse.
Just vomits blood onto him.
Oh.
How did everyone fare? She looks out over the people coming towards her.
I'm untouched thanks to you.
Logan's wiping the suit from his face. He's made two, like, wide rims for his eyes to peer out. I'm alright. I mean, I feel like shit, but I'm alive, right?
Bari doesn't know very much about, like, personal touch space, so she, like, reaches her hand up from, Oliver's shoulder and kind of, like, grabs at his, like, chin to look over his face and his neck. Yeah, you're quite fucked up. Must have been good in the fight. Sonic didn't get over there, though.
Wait, she did this to Oliver or to Logan?
Logan.
Oh,
Looking
Logan.
over
oh,
his
God.
wounds.
How tall is she, by the way?
She's 6'2".
Okay, so she's right there. He, seeing her hand reach across, immediately sort of grimace, expecting some manner of slap or what have you. But instead, his jaw is seized.
She's
And
more
he
like
goes-
appraising him of his wounds.
Yeah, he goes briefly stiff, but then relaxes his neck to let her see his face. And most of the injury from the burning is hidden beneath the smog where the lightning struck on his face. But it's very obvious now that he's wiped some of his eyes that it's essentially burned. Everything under the once he wipes it, it's going to be red from forehead to chin, where the burn has sort of scorched his flesh.
Brutal.
Okay. Brutal? What? It's bad?
Nothing a bit of paint can help.
Okay. I got some bandages and tinctures I can use for you. You want me to heal you?
It's at this moment where she goes, "Heal me." She looks down at the, like, cuts and scrapes over, like, her ankles and arms, and she just, ugh.
Those need cleaning. Even the bruises we should cover.
You were really something, holding the line like that. But, it definitely seems to have done a number on you. Not that it isn't appreciated, of course.
Yeah, Barry, like,
Yes.
flops down on the ground.
Oh.
Just wait till I tell my sister about it all.
How about you, Oliver? You okay?
You see him kind of look over himself. There's like a few, like, snips at, like, his armor, but he looks basically whole. Gives a thumbs up. I'm fine.
Could you two do me a favor while I treat her? He looks from Izzy to Oliver.
Sure.
Could you get Ryland's stubborn ass here? He also took some hits.
Oh, where is... He looks around, seeing no Ryland nearby. Where'd he go? Sees
Ryland
this-
Logan doesn't look. He'll tend to Barry.
Rylan, what are you doing?
He's investigating the fishing boat.
Okay. Are you looking for anything of interest or?
I mean, there's like how damaged is it, but then also like were they just taking the fish? Was there some other stuff in here that was like that they might have been after?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
Oh, so upon first inspection, you can tell that this boat is ruined. The entire bottom portion of the hull is totally destroyed, as seen by the massive amounts of boards that are strewn across the beach and the rather gaping hole in the side of the ship's hull. You would also note that there are, or had perhaps been, numerous crates or baskets on the side that held fish, and this is one of its few remaining. Sort of peering around, doing some cursory inspection, you would see as well the scorches that are scorched marks that adorn the side of the vessel. One thing that does catch your eye as you approach is this faint smell of magic.
Coming from the boat?
Coming from somewhere. Somewhere nearby.
Can you tell like where it's coming from? This follow the smell kind of thing, or
Read your ability, brother.
Features.
It's called Primeval Connection.
You can smell the presence. It does not reveal its location or school. It's just in the vicinity. Okay. But it faded when they all left, and now it's back again.
Indeed.
Interesting. Nothing like moving around on the water or anything like that?
Just the waves lapping at the black shore.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to hop up into the boat and start looking around more closely.
Sure. We'll pull back to the others.
Yeah, go ahead and do that.
What are you lot doing?
I think
we're
Barry
healing
would have
our orc.
looked at. Yeah, I think Barry would have looked at Logan while she's watching very closely what he's doing. Like her eyes wide, she'll mumble, "Make him, stitch him up all jagged. Let's make him look cool."
You want your scars to stick out?
Of course. She looks at him with this like confounded look.
Does she have any scars on her face?
Not on her face, but her body harbors some scars.
I think you've got scars enough.
But who's gonna believe what we've done if I don't have any proof to show for it?
He sort of motions all around them. We're bringing the corpses. In fact, I'd let you get the biggest if you want.
She looks at him again. Looks at the wound. Looks at him again.
You sure you want me to butch your stitches? The wisdom will... She'll be upset.
Between you and me, just make it kind of strange. That way I can embellish it later. She grins, like these two big tusks on the side of her mouth, really pulling at like her dark painted lips.
Needle in one hand, spool of thread in the other. Logan looks from her smile to one of her cuts, and then her smile again. Took an oath. No, fuck it, I will. Alright. How warm do you want it?
Wow.
Oof.
All
So that would be a 9, not an 8.
Good luck,
by the way.
Logan.
And
And,
your alignment becomes chaotic.
Evor has abandoned you?
Paladin oath broken before you even took it.
You're now an Oathbreaker level 2, Logan.
You level up 3 and there's just the Scottish Oathbreaker just waiting for you. Hey, buddy.
Hey, laddie! Expect to you!
Like, we got money if you want to keep your oath. Because you could just buy faith, as it turns out.
Let's see that. I assume you're using a healer's kit.
I am, and that heal, I already rolled it, should be a 9, not an 8, because it's a +2 based on her healing die.
Okay. Bari, heal yourself for 9. Or you would be no
Epic.
longer bloodied.
Never fixed my HP because I'm fucking dumb.
6 plus 9 is 15.
I'm also going to use a charge on Logan. He's going to start cleaning those burns on his face and all
Okay.
that. And that
Ooh.
means we finish
That looks
one healer's
great.
kit.
She looks it over, kind of like stretching the skin around it.
Oi, I left some space. Thought I'd let it grow a little warped, you know? Like they bit ya.
She'd roll her arms and shoulders, propping her arm up on her maul.
Rylan, as you begin to investigate in earnest, something does catch your attention. Especially as your friends follow up behind you. Sort of stuck, basically, underneath one of the numerous benches here, clattered in a pile of debris. There is this small, maybe no larger than a baseball, sort of smooth stone that sticks out amongst the rest.
What does it look like?
As upon closer investigation, as you lean in or look or what have you, it appears clear, not at all matching the gray stone that is sort of poured into the ship.
Is it clear like you can see through it?
It's almost reminiscent of a marble, though far larger.
There's nothing in it, huh?
Not that you can see. Then again, it is resting on the ground.
I think he'll gently toe it with his boot, just not kick it, just kind of like nudge it.
It shifts in place. It doesn't appear at all scathed or harmed by the recent sort of attack. Shows no signs of scratches or marring.
I think he'll try and pick it up and brush off any like sand or other debris that might be clinging to it.
As you pick it up, there's nothing even clings to it. As well, that smell of magic becomes far more potent.
Any other stones were close in appearance to this one in the boat?
Not that you can see. As you begin looking around, sort of trying to find the sister stone to this one, it isn't until you look back that you realize that the orb does have color. It's jet black now.
Did it change when I touched it, or did it just change over time?
You were looking for other stones and perhaps didn't catch its change.
Huh.
You would watch, though, as if it was an eye itself, or perhaps had sort of eyelids. A center forms, this thin membrane that pulls apart, followed by another series of membranes. As revealed is this slitted iris.
Oh god, it's like a palantir. Ew.
It is this very like soft aquamarine color, sort of imposed by this black coloration around it. Its eyes the eye rather sort of rolls within itself for a moment and then settles on you.
I think he'll step up to the kind of into the, well, I guess it's not really light out, is it? It's kind of darkish out, but out from under the cover of the awning on the ship, and kind of hold it up and like match gazes with this thing.
Are we seeing him do this?
I mean, he stepped out, so yeah, probably.
Something interesting.
Without breaking eye contact with this thing, he says, "It's looking at me."
It's now, as you talk, The eye sort of swivels within the orb. Again, this aquamarine sort of slitted iris now looking at you, Isolde, and then shifting to Oliver, and then rolling in on itself and looking back at Rylan.
He was about to like snap his fingers next to it, like, no, over here.
Are you sure you what that thing's staring at you?
Oh, I'm staring. I don't know, but I'm staring at it too.
Oliver kind of like rubs at the bottom of his lip, looking a little confused. Okay. Do you know what it is?
I don't, but it's magical of some kind. I smelled the stink of it earlier with those creatures, which tells me that's not a natural ability that they have, some kind of magic power. And I smelled it again when I got close to the boat. And it's positively reeking with this thing.
Did you find anything else?
This was only what caught my attention.
And not that I doubt you, but you say it's magic.
She'll climb up onto the boat to have a look at this thing.
Certainly.
Well, at least the smell got stronger when it started changing color. I mean, you know that humans can smell the scent, right?
Well, yes. Sometimes made things insufferable in Ellendor.
How do you think I feel every time I'm around wizards?
She pauses for a moment.
He slowly starts to smirk.
As you both are talking, this very sort of candid conversation, the iris dilates. The pupil beginning to swell in size, no longer slitted, now becoming massive. It almost blocks out the rest of the aquamarine coloration that had surrounded it, now becoming this almost thin circle, before eventually it fades in coloration, now just becoming clear.
And it's gone.
Strange.
Do I know of items that are like this?
Roll me an Arcana check. And I'll say because you're a graduate, you can roll an advantage.
Sick.
Well, shit. Ate your weed.
Yeah, I had one in college, little did you know.
Oh, DC was 23.
Graduated with honors.
Yes, this, upon closer inspection, is a magic focus. Though a very odd one. Usually they're more ornate, not nearly as mundane in appearance.
So I know it can be used to amplify magic.
It can be used to channel magic.
Oh, okay.
Huh. How curious. It's a focus. I need to examine it a little closer if we had a couple minutes, but on this damnable beach, who knows if that's possible. But yes, it can be used for channeling magic. Do you think it's why the scuttlers attacked the boat?
I don't know. On first inspection, it seemed that the scuttlers were making off with fish for food, although why they would need to steal food when they live in the water is beyond me. Then I find this thing. That makes me wonder if it might have attracted them.
Barry did say they liked shiny things.
Shiny things that smell of magic, no less. I don't think I like the idea that it's looking at us, though. If you're going to take it, make sure you cover it up. You and Oliver can research it to your heart's content, but just do not, blind it, essentially, if you have to, if you can.
I mean, you were already staring at it for like a minute.
Yes, as I want to know who it is that's looking at me.
Well, I have a spare pouch I can probably throw it in.
And besides, if it's an enemy, Father always said you had to make sure to look them in the eye. But yes.
Oliver
go ahead.
raises his hand.
You don't have to raise your hand, Ollie.
Oh. What if the enemy is a basilisk?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not as black and white as all things.
Oh.
Well, then it's a good thing we're going to keep it in a separate bag.
Exactly. And he'll hand it over. Giving the magic to things to the magic people.
I have to unload this fucking bag.
Start like eating stuff when you have downtime for a minute, yeah.
Yeah, Isolde just explodes into loot.
This looks like a Borderlands mob.
But
Diablo
yeah,
character,
So,
just
here's the thing. As you all are conversing, talking, the orb remains inert. Rylan, you would begin to hear a voice in your head.
awesome.
You did this to yourself.
Give me 1 second. I need to test this out.
Wow, 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 wow.
You would hear, "I finally found you, thief. You won't get away next time." You may reply if you'd like. You have 25 words.
Alright, give me a second to like
Wow. Actually got a text from a stranger that says, fuck
You
you.
have 25 words.
You
Make
were
them
hit-
scathing.
You were hit with a sending spell.
Fucking random text message. Hey. Fuck you, man.
Would you like to subscribe to the...
I'm calling to you about your car's extended warranty. 1 sec here.
Just say, hey, wrong number.
repeat the words that this thing said, just for note-taking purposes.
We finally found you, thief. You won't get away next time.
Got it.
And don't forget the smugness in the voice, you know? Very smug. Put like an addendum at the end, smugly said.
What was it? I finally found you, thief.
You won't get away next time.
Nice.
And with that, while he's brewing up his 25 words, let's go ahead. Let's take a 30-minute break.
He's got
Aye,
it.
boss.
Let's be back quarter after, and we'll pick up.
Sending is a great spell. I love it.
I agree.
The ability to annoy someone long distance and they can't ignore you.
That's pretty weird, actually. That's pretty weird that you like that you admire that.
Hey, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. I send that 20 as many 25 words I can contain.
Copy paste, copy paste.
Bork, bork, bork.
I am back.
Boy.
Bah. I assume your name is Reedy or Ready? Welcome, first time chatter. We do play most Sundays. So the way we do it is 3 days on, 1 day off. So we do 3 weeks and then we take a week. It is at 1 p.m. CST, most Sundays. And yes, we do play for a lot of hours. But we love D&D. So, hell yeah, dog. Trust me, I would play for 12 if that was available. As well, during the break, if you guys have any questions, any comments or anything like that, feel free to ask them by highlighting them with your channel points. They can be about the players, the characters, the campaigns, all that fun stuff. That is a lot to get caught up on. Let's see. Say average of 6. It's about 36 hours worth of content to get caught up on. Adding an hour or more. It's a fair bit to get caught up.
But if you're having a particularly slow work week, just, what's the harm in listening?
But I appreciate it, though. If you'd like to find them, all of the episodes should be up on YouTube. Episode 6 is currently being processed by YouTube for, like, ad stuff. And then it should be up probably today or tomorrow. And then, of course, once Twitch has finished processing this VOD, I'm going to export it as well to YouTube. Okay, my theory on the shrimp situation is that a fisherman came across or stole the slab of magic and a sea creature is Engi. Interesting. Return
Nah, that
the
couldn't be it.
slab.
That couldn't be it. That's fake news.
How much you offering? I think the party has a really mad wizard to deal with now. Also interesting.
No. Rylan has a wizard to deal with now. No one else is aware of the problem. Only Rylan.
Sending requires a target to be familiar with the recipient, right? Define familiar. Take care, brother. We'll catch you around, hopefully. And welcome to the community. Hell yeah, man.
I am the storm that is approaching.
Is that her war cry?
Her hair turns white.
I made a latte.
Oh my god, so fancy.
Mama just gives her storm lightning power since Barry's so cool.
can't wait. I can't wait to make everybody lattes. I'm so excited.
What's Bari's thoughts on the party so far? On your first outing?
She thinks they're not cowards, so that's good. And is eager to fight more crabs with them. Then they haven't griped about the rain yet, so they're already doing good.
Yet.
Cat boy funny. Half giant woman smart. Half giant man strong. Human man stern.
I'm smart.
I'm smart.
I'm smart too.
It's not a rock.
Statistically, you are the smartest.
It's a boulder.
God, that's funny. That's hilarious.
Did I hear you sneeze?
No.
Someone sneezed in this house.
What's Barry's favorite breakfast and dinner?
Breakfast. Probably some kind of roast that's been like cooking all overnight. She can crack an egg over. And it cooks the egg. And dinner? Probably the same.
She's not even a meat and potatoes girl. She just meat.
Yeah. I don't know, fuck her up. Get her some shit.
The bodybuilder diet. Egg and then egg.
Egg, sausage, and egg.
Today I'm eating 95 eggs. All right, is everybody back?
I'm here.
Yes.
Logan?
I am here.
Very good. Skullthorn, save those questions for later, brother. Rylan.
You just want me to like message it to you or something?
No, you can say it, dog.
Okay. Well, if you only, I guess I mean, this kind of like spell sort of assumes that like you just know that you can return with a limited amount of information, right?
There is there is something natural to this spell that sort of limits your choices.
Gotcha. Okay. So, I guess thinking for a moment, because I'm sure he just kind of got hit with this out of nowhere. He responds with, "Not a thief, Rylan Aldane, Squire to the Southlands Road Warden. If this object is yours, then come and collect it. We can talk."
Interesting. Okay. I would like you to roll me a persuasion check, please.
Uh-oh.
18.
Okay.
Just hear cannon fire in the distance.
There's no response.
Okay.
Are you still holding the eye?
I think he was holding it out when it came, when like he was going to hand it to Isolde, but then that probably happened and he probably tightened his grip on it in that moment.
Okay. Give me a second.
Uh-oh.
Oh, just within reach. All right.
Well,
The eye opens again. Its slitted pupil surrounded by aquamarine, though it has sort of settled with this strange, almost reddish hue. Though as you're holding it, you feel no malicious intent. Instead, the eye isn't really looking at you, it's surveying the landscape. And it takes several long seconds, if you don't interrupt it, that is, as it basically sweeps from left to right, looking around and seeing just how many people there are here.
Oliver helpfully points out, Rylan, it's doing the eye thing again. What did you do?
something spoke to me, and I had to reciprocate an answer.
What? It spoke to you.
It called me a thief. I'm assuming whatever it is or whoever it is owns this thing, and now it is looking around to see if it can come and find it.
Do you know who's coming to collect it?
I do not.
Do you know what's coming to collect it?
No.
Oh.
Something intelligent enough to speak, though.
That is a very long list, Rylan.
Indeed it is.
Since you seem to have rapport with it, why don't you hold on to it until we can talk to someone? Back. And then she'll just jerk her head towards where Jorantt's spear is.
That works for me. If whatever this thing belongs to wants to come and collect it, then, as I told it, we're no thieves.
Well, maybe Tace will know something about this.
He might.
Let's I'm going to go see how Logan and Bari are doing. And he'll turn on his heels and very quickly wander back up the shore.
And, you might want this spare pouch. And Isolde will hand over an additional pouch that she had for what she was originally going to palm the eyeball with.
He'll take it and wait on the bow of the little boat until this thing stops squirming around, and then he'll probably put it away at that point.
It would be probably when Oliver begins to walk away that the eye closes again, and then the orb becomes clear.
All right. I think he'll pouch it up and
Start moseying back.
yeah, I think he'll detach one of the last basket of fish and haul it over as well. Just set it down on the shore.
Understood.
Check on everybody. Probably have to go back and start dragging some of these corpses up the beach so they don't get, like, if the tide comes in, they don't get washed out.
Again,
But we
like I
can
told you
hope.
before, you don't have to worry about the corpses. You just have to tell them where they're at.
I just thought like if the tide came in, they might get washed out or something. So like moving them up the shore so they don't get washed out.
So we're taking at least one, right? I mean, we gotta cook it.
I mean, if this is considered high tide right now, then yeah, no worries. Excuse me.
How much experience by the water do you have, good sir?
It's probably not as much as he would like, but he's always been fascinated by it. So maybe if he's got some deep-seated book learning history or something.
I'd say given the storm, it's sort of hard to tell what's high tide or not.
Yeah, he would need probably someone nearby to tell him it's what the tide time is.
Mhm.
But knowing that, I think he would still want to move these bodies, like especially like these ones, probably up into this area,
Sure.
like along this line, just in case. Storm scuttlers that get washed out don't get counted towards payment and all that good stuff. Can't be eaten either, so yeah. After checking on everybody, I think that's what he'll work on before they head back.
What's everybody else doing?
When Oliver reaches Logan and Mari, he'd kneel down, assuming that they're still on the ground. Oh my goodness.
Just about getting done, I'd say.
Yeah, and he'd like glance down the beach and then look back. So Rylan found a magic orb.
What?
Yeah, he found an orb in the boat. He kind of points with both hands. You know, the boat.
Right.
A funny eyeball was in the orb, and it looked at everyone. And then apparently, some sort of message was delivered to Ryland's brain. And he responded to the message, and told whatever was messaging him to come pick up the orb, or something like that.
As Oliver speaks, Logan is winding the last of the gauze that he's using around Barry's leg, and he's looking at her face, and the more he says, the more situated Logan's frown settles. Right. And where's Rylan?
Right here.
Right behind you.
He'll give the orc a clap on the shoulder and then stand up, facing him.
Oh my god, he's right behind me, isn't he?
Hey. So I in an orb, huh?
Apparently.
That's it? Boat's empty otherwise?
Debris. A basket of fish, which he holds up and sets down on the shore. It seemed like they were after food, but they could have been after the orb as well.
Now why would fishermen have an orb with an eye on it?
They might have fished it up.
Maybe.
Either way, I think Oliver has a point. This appeared to be used for some kind of scrying. His old said it was for channeling magic, like a focus. So maybe Tace knows something about it.
Okay. What about these bodies? Shrimp.
We just have to inform them where they are and they'll come and collect them.
You think these tiny ones will count for the bounty?
I don't know. They didn't really specify a size, did they?
That's a lot of silver if they do.
Barry, you're from here. Do they count the little ones and the big ones? Or just the big ones?
You would know they pay a smaller price for the small ones.
No, they still pay though, so that's fine. Are you muted? I'm not hearing her. Or she's
Oh
gone.
my god.
Oh, there she is.
I was talking.
Oh no! Cry!
Yeah, we'll never hurt you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Bari will look up from kind of thumbing and running her finger over her stitched up wound. He asked if they. Sorry, I'm totally sidetracked now. He asked if they offered more, right?
And you just asked if they paid for the little ones or just
Yeah.
the big ones.
She'll roll her shoulder and speak. Oi. Yeah, they pay for all of them, really.
Well, there you have it, Logan. We've hopefully fed some of the town, rid some of the threat to Jorantt Spear. And unfortunately the boat is in a sad state, but maybe the salvage out of it they can be used.
I hear you, but can we keep one of them? Think of the rice we could make with these.
Probably one of the little ones is enough, unless you think the big one is better. Would we even be able to eat all of that?
I would.
Well, why don't we take them to the inn? Well, we'll tell the inn.
Logan tacks on a very pensive look as he begins to rub his big gut, staring off into the distance. And he plants a foot on top of on top of the scholar's head.
What's even edible out of this? Claws? Tail?
I don't know. We'd have to get under all that.
You don't think they carry...
Disease?
No, items. Like, do they carry things?
Ooh. Well, you saw those little ones run off all greedy with the fish. And then
Right.
Bari said that they like shiny things, so...
Do you think
Alright, let's get Oliver. He's tiny enough. Oliver, come here.
What?
Logan waves him over.
What am I doing?
So we're gonna need you to get under these and look for shiny things.
Under
You got an eye for it, right?
Under them?
Under them. In them, maybe.
Huh?
Bari just starts laughing.
I guess what we're trying to say is we would like to search the bodies.
DM, we're gonna have Oliver loot them. And he has no choice.
Sure. Give me one moment. I am making the focus to put on Ryland's character sheet.
Okay. We're gonna get him to climb in through the mouth with a rope tied around his ankle in case we need to pull him.
Starting to question the intelligence of this plan, but for whatever reason, I'm also compelled to say, "Fuck it, we ball."
You're definitely not going to get Oliver to crawl in there.
We are thorough adventurers.
In the stinky fish.
It
creatures.
smells.
The slimy.
I want you to know that
It's stinky.
that wouldn't work.
They're big, but I don't think they're quite like eat an entire humanoid big.
Okay,
Like swallow
you
a
should see
whole.
the focus on your character sheet now.
Pelagic Foki. Well, I hate that name. Oh, and the Sardonyx and Zircon are gone, are they not?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'll be removing those from your sheet.
Okay. Cool. And cash them in for honor.
All right. Who is rolling what?
Who can roll? What do we roll for searching corpses?
Oh, sorry. I was wondering why you were over encumbered. You shouldn't be. There we go.
Thank you. I didn't know why I was either. Did you figure out what it was?
Yep. You were basically doubled up on weight on one item. Okay. So who's searching? And what are we looking for?
Well, Oliver will definitely search if goaded. He's not going to crawl in there, but he'll look for shinies.
We're gonna search for loot.
How long are we willing to spend here? As
Forever.
it is already 7 p.m.
I don't know. Let's start with.
I mean,
There's a lot of them. Maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes at most and go from there.
Until the wizard shows up and it explodes violently.
Nukes
and
us all.
takes The orb. I figure that's a good amount of time.
Okay,
Bad ending. Dead reason, agree.
Bad ending.
understood.
Yeah.
Let's get some investigation or perception checks, please.
Everyone or just
Whoever's looking.
I mean,
I can use
Okay,
my
okay, hold on.
perception to kind of look around and like get an eye for the ones you guys should investigate.
I'll throw perception in there to help. Shrug.
Sure. You can
I
either
was gonna
roll
ask
together
if-
if you have proficiency or individually. What was that, Logan?
I was just going to ask how long we're staying, because if we're not staying very long, I would roll perception. Otherwise, I think one investigation is enough for all of them, right?
No. Not if you're being thorough.
Okay, so we want to add perception and whatnot, so we're all searching.
Okay, let me emphasize. Oliver will search through the biggins first. Because they probably have the most loot.
Fuck it, we ball.
Alright, we're balling.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Here comes the sun. Do do do.
I'm helping.
Here comes the sun.
All right. We're going to roll for the biggins. We've got a lot of good rolls. Some okay rolls, but some good ones. So we'll start with this one.
The fuck?
Damn. I imagine Crown just panic making the BBEG in the background
I would
while
never.
we're looking for loot. Gotta put in a stat sheet right now.
I would never do that.
Boy, am I ready to fight with 4 exhaustion.
That's right, baby.
Okay. There is something of interest. Sort of. Are any of you familiar how like lobsters carry their eggs?
Under their tails, I believe.
Correct.
I know how to eat a lobster.
Hell yeah, brother. Some
Yeah, I know how to eat
on
them.
that bitch.
that
You would
tail off.
find sort of tucked within its tail, within the various ridges and sort of slooped scales there that sort of keep everything packed, having relaxed now. You would find this sort of bright yellow glowing stone. Well, I can't say glowing. It catches the light.
A luminescent yellow stone.
Indeed.
Very well. Oliver will try to reach in and grab it with his
Easily
little
done.
reedy mittens.
You pull it out. It is decently sized. It's a pretty decent chunk. And as you pull it out, you would recognize it as a gemstone.
Oh my goodness. Is it similar to the Orcish gemstones, or?
With your investigation, after a moment, no. This is very crude looking. It doesn't appear to be cut or anything like that. This appears to be a piece of citrine. I'll go ahead and I'll add that to your sheet.
Thanks. Oliver sort of waves the stone in the air. Look, I found a rock.
Great. Logan reaches across to take it.
Hey,
Ari holds up her like thumbs up. That's nice.
Yeah, go find another.
okay. Wander over to the other giant lobster.
Okay, roll me another
Look
check.
under the tail. They got all kinds of shit under here.
Oh my goodness.
Just pop open the hood.
This one needs an oil change.
He just bangs on it twice, just boom boom.
Can fit so many gemstones in this.
Okay, give me just a second. We're gonna add these to the table. Okay, this is different from the rest. As you look at it, there appears to be a sort of waterlogged or very much sea-stained satchel sort of stuck within one of the crevices.
Nice.
Oh.
Reaching in, giving it a feel, making sure there isn't anything that feels like glass in there before he sort of tugs it out.
You would hear some clattering on the inside, but as you pull it out, you would feel there's a decent weight. Just judging by holding the outside, there appears to be like 3 objects of interest inside. Small.
Yeah, we're gonna open that satchel.
All right.
What's inside the satchel?
You would find a small pouch of gems.
Oh.
I'll add it to your character sheet. If you would like, you can basically pull them out, and then we'll roll and see what the 3 gemstones are.
Very well. We shall reach into the Schrodinger's bag and pull out a gemstone.
Okay. I'll openly roll this.
Mining away.
All right. You would find a piece of moss agate,
That sounds cool.
a piece of obsidian, and a piece of malachite.
Nice.
These are all very small gemstones.
Let's see, moss agate, obsidian.
They're there in chat if you want to see them.
The description just says hidden for
Oh.
me.
Interesting.
Indeed.
Moss agate is a captivating gemstone that evokes the essence of a tranquil forest scene.
My goodness.
Obsidian is a captivating glass formed from volcanic activity. Malachite is an enchanting mineral that catches the eye with its vibrant green swirls.
Very nice. After appreciating the simple beauty of small rocks, Oliver will slip them back into the satchel, close it, and then once again show the party with enthusiasm his find. More rocks.
That's nice. He gives a thumbs up again.
All right. He will continue on until told otherwise.
Party is not feeling Oliver today.
Oh,
Oh, she's
It's a
being
rough time.
supportive.
Yeah. I mean, Island's poking around with his perception check, so that's all he can do.
We're so proud of him.
We are.
Another investigation, please.
Don't patronize me.
Do you even know what patronizing means?
Yeah, it's when you serve someone at a bar.
Oh.
Exactly.
Shut up. You find nothing of interest on this one.
Damn.
Barry waits.
He doesn't say anything. He just kind of quietly shuffles over to the next lobster. There is, in fact, no rock to
Fun
be
check.
had. There were,
The cold begins to get to you.
yeah.
Being soaked from head to toe, there's still some lingering, bruise around your ankles.
Stumble.
You don't really give this one as much of a proper glance over as is expected, and thus find nothing of interest.
Yeah, I think he'd, with it being so cold and wet, his hands would start to feel clammy, and he tried to pry the tail, which so far has been a bounty, but he just wouldn't be able to move the corpse. Eventually, with a tug, he'd fall on his butt in the sand, and he would, frustrated, he'd sigh and get up and brush himself off and waddle on back to the party.
Okay, so it's It's now that the storm begins to intensify.
Here comes the big G.
Lightning begins to crackle much more and even strikes relatively close, sort of slamming into the beach, just close to the cliff there. You would begin to watch as a very bright red light begins to sort of emerge from the water. What follows is perhaps the largest creature you've seen thus far. Make sure it is actually.
This constable sent us down here to get a boat and kill some scuttlers, and we summoned Godzilla.
Before the light shows up, Bar's like,
Ooh, it's a kaiju.
we should probably be getting by.
You would see this gargantuan entity beginning to rise from the water. It's breaking the waves over itself.
That's pretty big.
You would see its claws sort of clench, and as they do, there's this very rapid and quick dispersion of this reddish black electricity that like runs over the entirety of its body.
Oh, goodness.
This thing is so large, it could only be the galleon.
Is it bigger than the boat? Kind of large?
Oh yes, sorry, it's
Yeah,
for some reason.
my
Oh,
bad.
it's
Wrong
great.
scaling.
Very, very small according to the screen.
Don't say that.
Correct. Apology.
Think we've overstayed our welcome?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a big scrim.
However, you would note that there is a second figure currently riding upon the back of this creature.
Oh, no.
Awesome.
You've summoned the Sword Arm King.
This entity is strange in their appearance. You would note that the upper half is that of a humanoid with this very broad sort of crest across the top of their head that almost looks like that of a rather elegant sort of crown. It has this large central point that curves back, along with two other smaller portions that sweep to the side and then curl, encompassing their white flowing hair. And it almost seems to float and move as if they were still in water themselves. You would note that they wear sort of segmented portions of armor around their body, sort of starting at their shoulders and down the length of their biceps to their forearms, as well as over a portion of their chest and then down to their waist. Their waist, which flares and begins to shift into that of a tentacled-like lower half, or that of an octopus.
Yeah.
Their bright red eyes are fixated on that of the party with a large central divot in the center of their crown that appears to be missing something.
Uh-oh. We keep it now.
Are they also very large?
Oh, goodness.
You would watch as the large octopus-like legs eventually unfurl from around the galleon and then begin to slide their way down to the beach. This very long, elegant motion that they make, as if it's all practiced.
Rylan, we should be running.
It's not attacking us yet. Just hold fast, but prepare to flee if needed.
You would see their hand reach out to the side, and the galleon's one of its massive claws relaxes, sort of unleashing this rather wide and oddly shaped staff that they would grab. You would see along its side is a bright cluster of seaweed that sort of hangs, but also drifts just like her hair does.
Is she also a very large creature?
She's large.
Okay.
We should be
Mostly,
leaving.
it's mostly from her like octopus other half.
It's kind of like a drider then, where it's like big only because of the spider part.
Correct.
We should be leaving.
I have a feeling that this is the owner of that orb.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
Don't know yet.
Don't you think that they had it for a reason?
You
If we
say you're
run-
not thieves? Prove it.
Is that to everyone?
She's looking at you.
He squares his shoulders, and he'll actually take a few steps forward, like at a decent pace, kind of intent to meet in the middle. That would be kind of the middle spot.
What's he doing?
You would watch as she rests her staff beside her. There's this crackle again of this strange aquamarine energy that begins to build.
Got your boy about to get himself killed.
Isolde kind of sends a quick look to Logan. He's done this before, right?
No, he hasn't done this before. What?
You do not resemble that of the thieves who came to my home. So I shall grant you this one opportunity, Rylan Aldane, to return my creststone to me.
He'll lift his chin just a little bit, kind of affecting the stature that he's seen his father do several times, where it's the sort of confident pose of, I said we can talk. I am no thief, nor will I suffer to be called one. I am a knight of Tyros, almost. And
Barry tilts her head at him.
Nice.
Logan makes something of a face, but then he, nods.
yeah. And if there's a dialogue to be had with you and your storm scuttlers that will save lives, then let's have it.
You see her watch you for a moment. Those bright eyes fixated on you, sort of taking in your appearance as a whole. Roll me just a flat charisma check.
Oh boy. I'm glad I didn't dump charisma. Whee! Just ability check. Okay. Normal.
Just so you know, Oliver will be sort of creeping up behind Logan.
Not terrible. Not terrible.
You mean Rylan?
Rylan. Lamau.
Yeah, who am I again? That's right.
Unbelievable.
Her eyes very quickly shift to that of Oliver as Oliver approaches. And by his sheer presence, you would hear this guttural noise, this deep reverberation that causes the sand to shake as the Storm Mother Galleon sort of approaches just like Oliver does.
Oh, fucking shite.
Oliver kind of puts his hands up in sort of like I'm unarmed. No, don't mind me. Just here, making sure everything goes well.
Rylan just puts his hand out to his side, like palm down.
While I'm here though, you know Rylan, but none of us know who you are.
Oh, we're gonna be scraping both bodies off the sun.
I know he's never done that before. Oliver, I mean.
she looks at you. What languages do you speak?
Who? Oliver?
Well, basically anybody who's listening.
Celestial, Common, Elvish. Oh, and I understand cats. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty impressive, I know.
I only have Common and Draconic.
Let me look through everybody's character sheet. Okay. She would speak in a language you do not understand. This strange language where the words carry themselves on the wind even after she stopped speaking. And seeing no look of recognition or understanding. In your tongue, the name is Chandra, the Tide Witch.
I'm looking over to the witch.
Does anyone have any idea, or could possibly have any idea of who that may or may not be? How famous is the Tide Witch?
That's a
or
great question.
infamous?
Bari, you may roll a history check.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You do not know.
Damn, that's crazy.
When she announces herself, that's to everybody listening.
She would have said her name in a language you don't understand, and then see that none of you know what she said, and then repeat herself in common.
Don't imagine she's a friend of yours, Mary.
Barry looks back at Logan. You fucking knocked on your head? I'm not friends with that. She points out at it.
A whole half of her seems friendly enough.
I'm the other half. She points at the tentacle.
Can I
Let's
get an
stay well
idea
away
of what
from-
kind of creature she is?
Sure. Again, because you are a graduate, I'll let you roll at advantage. Roll me an Arcana check. How averse are you in perhaps elementally touched individuals, being one yourself?
Probably being one herself. Definitely much more interested in that, yes.
Okay. This, at least on closer inspect, appears to be a sea hag.
Ah, understood.
We're gonna fucking die.
Some connection, or perhaps touched by the elemental planes, but has been transformed, thus looking like no sea hag you've ever seen or heard of.
Oh. Oh dear.
Oh, beans.
What you're...
That is a hag.
A what?
A hag. A sea
People-
hag.
She looks young to my eye.
No. As in the creature.
Was I eat your babes and steal your trinkets, hag? She stands up. Ugh.
Yeah.
The entire time, Bari's been yelling. It's both
Yeah.
her and the galleon who are looking past Rylan, just staring.
Oh, no.
Ay. I'll try to shift the conversation back to the negotiations.
Okay, what are you saying?
So I'm trying to catch her attention by continuing the conversation. He has, well met, Chandra. My companions and I are from Elion's tier to the north. We come to this place because it needed aid. Now, it seems that you have some disposition with the Storm Scuttlers. And from what I am told, these creatures have an age-old animosity towards the people that live in this town. Is that true?
Yes. And they've been valuable servants in an attempt to get my creststone back.
And if this stone were returned to you, can we see hostilities cease?
The only reason they began is because of the thieves.
And how long ago was it stolen?
For a week.
So this boat, which is where I found it, was missing for a week on a journey to steal your stone.
I know not that they came to steal it, just that they did.
Could it have been an accident?
An accident. You landwalkers do not make accidents. You went to my home, invaded my privacy, took my things.
I won't speak for them because I do not know their motivations. But if there's a way to end this conflict, to see the safety of these people, then I will pursue it.
DM,
Yes.
can I just roll insight to see at least she believes what she's saying?
Certainly.
Eh.
Give me a second. She speaks with a fairly unwavering conviction.
She's pretty convinced that that this was stolen.
Indeed. She looks at Rylan a moment.
This entire thing can end. Give me my crest stone, and I shall leave.
And the scuttlers.
Once they're no longer under my control, I have no sway over them. They'll do as they wish. Perhaps return to the east. Or leave.
So you summoned them here to do your bidding.
There's a moment, but there's a nod.
What's she gonna do with it? She whispers rather loudly.
Don't know. Be glad with her running off with it, though.
They, reaching down to touch the pouch at his waist. And what is this stone used for? By giving this to you, am I endangering others?
Only if they tread in my domain again.
Would you be willing to deal with us diplomatically in the way of our people? I know it is an ask, but please hear me out. Denote your location of your territory so that they may learn to avoid it.
You see her sort of bare her teeth for a moment, and you would note that as she does, where normal creatures generally have just one set of fangs, you would note that she has sort of several.
God, she's a shark too.
Yeah.
Sort of grimacing with that. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, brother. And I'll say, because you've been doing such a good job, I'll let you roll at advantage.
Oh, thank goodness. Wow, what the fuck? Well, decent. At least it was a what the fuck and a double decent number.
She takes a moment. Now looking past you to the the peanut gallery in the back.
Hey.
Let Rylan take care of this.
She then looks to the numerous storm scuttlers.
Fine. I will assume then that you speak on their behalf, and I will reveal to you my domain. It shall be on you to reveal it to them. And should another cross into my domain, on accident or no, they will be buried at the bottom. Their friends will never find them.
Trespass into one's domain, especially unannounced, can be a serious crime in Tyros. I believe that those terms are acceptable. You will abide by your domain and your location and leave these people in peace. You'll release the storm scuttlers. And we both may know that a less troubled land in existence together.
She sort of raises her chin for a moment, and you would watch as she brings her hand out. She would sort of take one of her fingers, and you would watch its clawed sort of end. She would drag it over the length of her chest, leaving behind this cut.
I swear, if you'll do the same.
Is this your custom?
She smiles.
Shall I answer in kind with my own or mere yours?
She would hold out her finger, sort of revealing the answer with the motion.
A binding vow. Should either of us break our word, the soul is forfeit.
So the terms are that I inform and do my best to uphold the terms of the agreement. I will use every power, every measure of my authority to make sure that it is seen through. You will do as you have said. Neither of our souls need be in danger. If that is the deal, then I will accept.
She looks at you in a much different light now. This strange sort of inspection, taking you in from head to toe before making a gesture with her finger for you to step closer.
Squaring his shoulders again, and he'll reach up and undo like the first clasp of the chainmail that shows like it, so he can reveal his chest and like open his shirt as he steps closer.
Braver than most.
She would slash, creating this X over where your heart would be.
You do suffer a little damage.
What's that?
You do suffer a little damage.
Oh, that's fine. I assumed there would be some HP going like, fuck you!
And as she does, there's this almost frigid sensation, this sense of cold racking your body before sort of sending that shudder throughout you before it relaxes. And where the mark had been, heals in an instant.
Let me just let me do it. Let me do a thing. Let me do a thing real quick. Just gonna do a thing. I'm gonna flip a coin. Awesome. He maintains eye contact, unflinching, the entire time. I mean, he might shiver a little because the body does whatever it wants, but he doesn't like clench or look away.
She sort of looks at you, watching, and seeing this stoicism. There's a smile. That sort of wide grin where the teeth are bare.
Very interesting. Then I have your word and your soul, Rylan Aldain.
It seems that we both have each other's.
There's a soft laugh. You would learn, based on the hex map, that about 2 hexes far from Jorantt's spear, heading directly south, is the home of Chandra the Tide Witch.
Oh, brother, I was waiting for her to say, "The sea is my domain." Later, idiot.
Never go in the ocean, idiot.
Never
Gotcha.
ever go in the ocean again. If I see an orc in the ocean, you're dead.
When we go back to the hex map, I will be updating it to show you where Chandra's domain is.
But he just sort of reflexively knows by whatever magic is involved.
She would tell you.
Oh, okay.
So that way you can share it with the others.
Yeah, like he would need like nautical mile type description so that he can like mark it on a map or some shit.
Indeed.
So,
after
like
the information is shared,
the circumference of the domain, like where they can go around it, not through it, obviously.
she would speak again.
I will wait until the mother is back in the depths before I release my spell. Understand, you may have assuaged my wrath, But you have killed many of her children.
And I suppose there's no reasoning with her, is there?
She is a brutish creature. To maintain concentration on holding her is already a struggle, even with somebody with my power. There is a means, however, if you wish to deal with her.
I wish to see the people of Jorantt safe from this kind of incursion. Are you offering this freely?
Perhaps. Perhaps for a favor. Later on.
Would the favor violate my oaths to the land that I serve?
I would hope not.
There's another wide grin.
There's a machine not far from here along the beach. I used it to generate this storm. You'll find the means to turn it off there. As well, perhaps use it against this beast.
Are they drawn by the storms? Is that one of the things that brings them?
She nods.
Interesting. We've had a similar encounter on another structure underground with strange machinery. This must be more of the same.
The storm is what pulled them, but it's their hatred for the orcs that made them stay. Do be mindful of that.
Perhaps if we shut the storm off, the orcs stay off of the water for a short amount of time, enough to lose their attention, they will return to the deeper ocean.
Perhaps. Or perhaps they'll rage, kill everything in their path.
It seemed that was the outcome if we did nothing anyway.
She looks back at the galleon. This creature, this gargantuan entity, sort of staring off, and you would recognize now that it's this almost unnatural placidness to it, where it just sort of seems to be not limp, but not really moving, not as animated as you would expect a creature this large. It just sort of seems stuck, staring. Its eyes fixated in a direction, though not really looking at anything. Very obviously under a spell. And it's now, Rylan, as the conversation begins to wind down, you smell that presence of magic again.
It never tells you where it's coming from, it's just that it's there.
Just that it's there.
Very well. Anything else that you might have to help me save lives here that you'd be willing to part with?
She would hold out her hand. A gesture made towards the pouch.
Right. He opens the pouch and pulls out the orb. And it gives it a lingering look. And then looks back at her with that same expression and holds it out.
She would not snatch it, but she would place her hands on it for a moment and then pull it from your grasp. You would watch as she would use both of her hands, raising them up and then placing it back directly into the slot on her crown, and it fits perfectly. And once it's there, it becomes suffused with that red coloration matching that of her eyes.
You are far different from mortals I've met before. I look forward to seeing you breaking your word.
If I'm ever to be a knight, then I must always keep my word. I intend to be a knight.
She raises her chin, giving one more parting look to Oliver. to Bari, to Logan, to Isolde, lingering on Isolde for a moment. A smile creeps on her lips. Before she would turn, making her way back to the galleon. You would watch her hand brush along the length of its claw and up to the side of its head. This soft whispering in a language you don't understand, drowned out by the storm. She would eventually get atop the back of this creature, returning the scepter to its claw. She would give a nod, this final look at Rylan, and then make her way back into the waters, into the briny depths. I will be adding a feature to your character sheet, Rylan Aldane.
Oh, fine.
It'll be called Soul Pact. And just like she said, if she breaks her word, she will die. If you break your word, you will die.
Will you be putting the terms of the pact in the description?
I will.
Nice. As long as they aren't. As long as they're not the term, no, not any terms that we didn't discuss, I will not be upset.
You are left alone on the beach, your companions at your back.
Finally, with her out of sight after she's disappeared, he finally like lets his shoulders slump and just like lets out a big breath, like. I don't know how Father does this all the time. Turns around and starts to head back.
Much
Waits-
like the
waits
witch
for Oliver.
much like the witch whose gaze lingered on Izzy, so too did Logan. Although his expression is bereft of any emotion besides his flat look. You should have let me stop him.
I fucking tried.
Is there anything else here to do? Perhaps we should head back. Seems we have a lot to talk about.
Act with
Bloody hell,
flag
Rylan.
is a lot.
One at a time. What did Izzy say?
A pact with a hag is a lot to talk about.
I made sure to make the terms very rigid.
By whose definition?
We'll have to see. But if it saves lives, if it saves these people, what knight wouldn't throw themselves into that path?
But she didn't guarantee that it would.
She guaranteed that she would. And she is the cause of this invasion of storm scuttlers.
Shit, Rylan, I think she would have said anything to get you to agree.
She said she'd release them. What if they want to fight us more?
I'm pretty sure she said they would actually want to fight you more.
It's possible. But that outcome was guaranteed if we had kept it.
Right.
Well-
You may have made it out alive then. Now it's this mess.
But what if, like, someone goes into her domain that you don't know's going there? You're gonna die without a fight?
I specifically said I would do my best to make sure that people did not intentionally violate her domain. Accidents happen, and woe be it unto those who fall into such an accident.
I want to be there when you tell these to the orcs.
It will be a discussion. And if I have to, I will invoke the authority of my father to make it so. I hope not to do that.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna have to. Bari, like, rolls her shoulders as she looks back at the town. Ooh.
Logan's expression isn't now one of upsetness. He seems genuinely worried for Rylan. He's fraud expression set on the ground, and this twitching to his features as he ponders on what could come of this.
Be that as it may, if she is being honest, even a little, and the villagers stole from her, she does unfortunately have cause under the law. Unfortunate as it may be.
Huh?
What I want to know is why it was taken from her in the first place.
It's definitely going to be a question I will be asking. He seems a little annoyed by the fact that, like, Tarosians and perhaps orcs would just go and, like, steal some shit from somebody like that, because it's not really, like, not really the way it's supposed to be done. If it was an accident, they didn't know what they were taking, despite what she says, that's one thing. If they intentionally broke into her domain and stole it from her for some reason, that is a problem.
Dan,
Yes.
would someone like her be deemed among the law-abiding citizens of Taros by the rest of its denizens?
Really depends on where you come from. Yesn't. There are probably some people in Elion who would think you're crazy for making a deal with somebody who resides in the sea, versus some people who would treat her just like you would probably treat a unicorn.
I don't know if that's the best example. The last time we met a unicorn, people tried to kill it.
Pretty good example.
Yeah.
I would say not, because she's probably not beholden to the nobility in any way, and she does not follow our culture.
She also doesn't give a shit about Tarosian law.
Nope.
Yeah.
But Tarosian should. It's one thing if you charge in there and whoop her ass and then take her stuff. It's another thing if you sneak in and steal her stuff and, like, and run off. That's fucking rude.
Oliver, who's been basically fairly quiet during this, sniffs and eventually sort of sneezes as the rain continues to pour on him. Well, one thing I do know, this road wardening stuff has gotten very complicated. And also, I'm wet and I smell like old seafood. Can we get going?
Barry leans over. It doesn't smell that bad.
In response to the getting complicated comment, he kind of looks off, like, up onto the cliffs of these cliffs for a moment. It's not supposed to be easy.
It ain't supposed to be this hard either. Logan, who just approached, reaches with a hand to pull the clasp of his chainmail and undo the collar of his shirt to get a look at the mark.
It's gone.
It's entirely gone. Nothing left whatsoever.
Yep.
Nothing at all.
Here's where she cut you, right?
Indeed.
Where did it go?
Faded with whatever magic she used to bind the both of us to this compact.
Damn it, Rylan, what if it went into you?
I'm fairly certain it did.
Fuck. Okay, let's go back to town.
I'm not about to break my word anyway. She may put more stock in that.
It ain't
For
you
me.
I'm worried about.
For me, it's a simple choice. So, let's go and see what we can deal with. Guess we'll bring this basket of fish back. You're gonna pick up the basket of fish that he pulled off the boat so he can carry it back to town.
Okay.
That shit's been there for a week.
Yeah. Ew!
What the fuck?
We're heading,
It's disgusting!
we're heading back to Jorantt's Spear.
Yes.
Understood.
rests need to be had. We did kind of, a little fucked up in that fight.
You're free to move yourself, party. Where are we heading first?
I'll let you know when I load in.
Actually,
Uh-oh.
sorry. The galleon shows up.
It literally just
Oh.
U-turns and fucking...
She's like, well, I let it go into the water, and then I let it go, and it was like...
Honestly, very surprised she just wasn't like, oh, okay, I released the scuttlers. Deal done. And then the fucking thing just charges us. Right out the gate.
So, first things first, before we do anything, I do need to know where you're going.
Well, if we had managed to keep the orb, I would have said we should go talk to Tace about it, but since we don't, that's sort of moot.
I would vote the
I would
constable.
I don't know, I would say Barrage, the headman.
I think we should go to the constable. Because we got the boat, right?
Oh yeah, I guess
Yeah.
we could report on that. That's true. Okay, Constable, then Barrage.
Okay. Then I'm going to say, if we are heading to the constabulary first to meet with Denos, that's what we're going to call it for tonight.
Okay.
Very well.
Okay.
Well done, party.
Yeah, man.
I must say, I am genuinely surprised.
Why?
I was A, not expecting that at all. And B, you basically made the Storm Mother an optional fight now, instead of a mandatory fight. You have saved Jorantt's spear.
Ish.
Without fighting the Storm Witch.
Without
Or the
fighting the Tide Witch, and without
Tide Witch.
fighting the Galleon.
Maybe. I don't know. There
We
is
found
that
the
whole-
quest item to give to her.
There is that possibility that the fucking galleon just like Sizzle said, just U-turns and is like, jump back,
Well,
bitch.
she said she'd bring it, as far as I understood,
Into the
basically
depth,
bring it
deep
home
ocean.
before releasing it, which
Yeah.
means...
Well,
It may
Yeah.
it may just squirrel attention back into the deep ocean and not come back. Who knows?
That's what I'm saying. It becomes an
Yeah.
optional fight. She did tell you of a machine.
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
this is
Also-
now your elite encounter here in Jorantt's spear.
Oh.
What is this machine?
The Galleon.
Oh.
If you would like to undertake the elite encounter in Jorantt's spear, you can defeat the Storm Scuttler Galleon and potentially reap whatever rewards it has.
So maybe
It's
I...
a tiny galleon.
Hey.
I'm
Why
just
was
saying,
it-
from shipment, like ship size, that could be a bigger galleon.
That thing is
Okay.
fucking gargantuan.
It is not that
It
big.
is massive compared to you. You
Listen,
are
if I saw a
tiny
20-foot
compared to it.
crawdad coming
I
at
don't
me,
know,
I
man. It seemed pretty tiny to me.
I don't know.
Understood.
On the other hand, though, like, so part of this whole thing was
So be
is
it.
that. Oh fuck. So
Oh,
part
no,
of
that's more like a galleon.
Now that's a galleon.
that's what I was
It
kind of
crushes our
expecting.
heads.
Just stomps the entire town flat. Well, remember what she did say was that the storm machine that I'm assuming is some more, first age fuck shit that we have to turn off will disperse the horde or the swarm. However, she did slip in that device might also be used to fuck up the galleon. So maybe that's a
I
thing.
like the storm.
Yeah, but natural storms, not weird mechanically summoned fuckshit storms.
Nah.
Yeah, it's all good. Any storm's a good storm.
Endless winter.
Rylan as well, for successfully navigating that encounter. I'm giving you a permanent +1 increase to all persuasion, intimidation, and deception checks.
sick.
Persuasion, intimidation, and deception.
Indeed.
The fuck?
Are you gonna do that?
I'm going to add it for you.
Okay, cool.
Sick.
I was having to be very careful about how I worded stuff. I was like, fuck, how do I... Ooh. It's like trying to channel Dad as much as fucking possible.
Okay, party. Thank you guys so much for playing. The next time we will be playing is not next week. We will be playing on the 9th.
Oh, what's next week?
Nothing. We played for 3 weeks, so we take a week off.
Oh,
Give everybody a chance to recoup, relax. That way we're not fucking speed running, getting burnt out like we did in CTF.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, now we have to go have several arguments with orc people.
Indeed. So, for as long as the players wish to stick around, chat, you may ask any questions pertaining to the game, the characters, or anything like that. I gotta take a piss, so I'll be right back.
Nice.
First crabs, now shrimp.
Just can't avoid the pelagic terror.
Nope.
Just always awful. Never lucky, always punished. Seafood is our bane. You know, on the other hand, though, if you think about it this way, we made sure the town isn't going to starve probably anytime soon. All that shrimp that we just killed.
All the shrimp we will be killing.
Yeah, well, at least, well, yeah. Imagine how much you could feed with a galleon, but like all that shrimp on the beach that we just killed. Like, yeah, no one's going hungry tonight. So you could say that, like, much like you know, one of our first games where we accidentally slipped in that we were fishermen.
We're fishermen.
What's the name of your party?
I'm not gonna
Deadliest catch.
So I'm not like saying that there's like coincidences here or anything, but if I had a quarter for every time our party was in the shores of Tyros and made a soul deal with a strange witch that lived under the sea to
We'd have 2
aid
nickels.
someone else, I would have 50 cents.
I just made that connection.
Yeah, I was saying that was Yuri at first. I was thinking about that time, like, fuck, am I Yuri?
Somewhat uncanny, actually. The
Smile.
series of events that happened. This one had a bigger hat.
A bigger hat.
Way bigger hat.
This one had a bigger hat
Very
and its
different
own,
from Shalio.
Extremely.
and its own water horse, which is the size of a fucking building, apparently.
It was a rental.
I mean, it's a galleon. Galleons are freaking huge. It should be gigantic.
Funny you mentioned that, Mudkip. It was actually episode 7 when they met Shalio and made the deal.
Correct. It is
We're following the trends.
uncanny.
Fuck! Yeah, at least we're not in Haynes Keep yet.
This is like the size of a galleon, okay?
How ironic would it be if we hit episode 10 and we end up in Hades Keep?
Yeah.
The gang goes to prison.
They made a deal with a hag.
If you do that,
Take
you
him,
have,
boys.
you have to run the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia title card. The gang goes to jail.
The sheer irony.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you,
make it
Rylan, you oath-taking son of a bitch.
Yeah, I want to go to jail on episode 10.
You
Just-
got it, baby.
Just for the fucking Omega law of it. The
Understood.
irony. Thanks. I kiss you on the mouth.
Oh,
If we pull this off, Dad better be showing up with spurs for this kid. Swear to God. Especially if we manage to take out the Manticore too. Like, all right, Dad, listen. I've been a squire for a
not
long
enough.
fucking time.
Sorry, son. Ooh, just needed one more great deed in my absence. Damn.
Like that? That's a galleon. I drew it for you.
Like, what you looking up there on Google there? The definition of fratricide.
So you drew
You
it.
better get that.
Oh god, there it
Fucking
is.
You mean you don't like my
You better
galleon?
get that fucking boat off my mouth.
You don't
There,
like
look at
my
that galleon.
galleon?
No.
What the fuck? I'm excited for you. It'll be more money.
What the fuck?
See?
Shut up.
Damn. That's
I'm
hot.
just saying, we're a lot of money.
You ain't saying nothing.
What?
Got a PhD in yapping.
Jesus.
Well, yeah. I'm a streamer. What do you want from me?
I guess it's my job.
Can't believe you hate my boat.
Rude.
I'm an artist, you know.
That's right. That's why I think you could do better. Make a real boat.
Wow.
Do it.
I did. You played on it.
Oh yeah, true. That was a nice boat.
God, I was not expecting that to go the way it fucking went. Jesus Christ.
How were you expecting it to go?
Did you guys already answer what Rylan was thinking during the deal?
I don't know, Rylan. What were you thinking during the deal?
I didn't see that question. Well, I don't have chat open because I'm fucking dumb. So the question was, what was Rylan thinking during that deal? It's like, oh my god, what the fuck? This is insane. So he was trying to keep it cool. Very, very hard. Very, very white knuckle keeping it cool. But, you know, duty sort of directs you. Training kind of propels you forward, and a little bit of luck. A little bit of luck was in there with those dice rolls. Feels good to have the DM tell you that you navigated it well, though, because I thought that this was actually planned out. Rylan is doing his damnedest to channel dad energy as much as possible. What would dad do, basically?
Seduce it.
Dad's like, I wouldn't have made a deal. I just would have cut her dumb head clean off. And you're like, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, not all of us are level 15, Dad. Can't just fucking kill dragons one hit. Some people, apparently. Dick.
No, I think he put his dick in it.
No.
That's like,
There's
it gets
no way.
revealed that your father's just, that's the way he rode wardens.
Yes.
Goes from place to place.
He's just been
soothes
sleeping with
monsters.
Morlings this whole time. That's how he...
Well, I mean, listen.
Holy
Just
fuck.
been soothing monsters up and down.
He's
the
been
road.
gone for a bunch.
Rylan, think about it. It makes sense. Why is he always wearing a gown otherwise?
Why are there a lot more Morlings these days? And why do they
Where
kinda
is
look like
he?
you?
Yeah,
And they're talking now, Rylan? I mean,
Where
come on.
the fucking Slaughter Lord rolls up? Where is he? Where's my road warden bussy?
Where's
These
that
are your
deadbeat
half-brothers,
father?
man.
I'd only call shenanigans on that because his mom's so fucking scary that I doubt that would ever enter into the guy's
She's in on
mind.
it too.
No.
She wants it.
She's like, that's nice, dear.
That's nice, dear.
Yes, your dad's visiting his bear wife.
That's how the druid stopped being a Morling. He's like, the road warden showed me the way with his massive ward. Now I'm a peaceful man, a peaceful beaskin.
Oh no, he didn't talk
of
to
the
me. He
grove.
fucked me, son.
He's not a road warden. He's a trained warden.
I am
because
a-
he fucking ran one.
I am a circle of the bush, son.
We are not going to get to these questions if we try.
Can we move on to the next question? This is fucked
Cody,
up.
Cody, there are no more gemstones that they have to give back. All the gemstones that they found are their loot. From what Rylan knows of his parents, what does Rylan think his mom and dad think of this situation? Would they would either approve?
First of all, neither of them were there, so they don't get a fucking opinion. But second of all, his reasonings are saving lives. Like he could have hard nosed it and been like, "No, I'm not giving your fucking gemstone back. Get out of here." And then he would have had to basically rally the entire town to fight off the galleon, and probably a lot of people would have been killed. And yeah, one might have won. Yeah, might have had to go and assassinate the the tide witch, and that would have probably been a really hard fucking fight. So in the interest of saving lives, especially because there's so much to do, I think his reasoning is sound enough that he could probably convince his mom, who would probably make a show of disapproving at first, but then say, "Fine, I'm proud of you." Dad would have probably do the mustache twitch thing, like, "What do you mean you didn't just clap it? The fuck? Why you just cut her head off?" And then after explaining, he'd be like,
Oh, we are clapping. Very good.
I hate you. He'd probably just, after explaining it, he would have been like, oh, well, in that context, makes sense. So, fine. I approve. If he did what he did out of fear, out of cowardice, like, oh, we can't do it, then that would have been one thing. But it's like the context and your motivation are going to be very important in these kind of things.
I can't wait.
I've added this to your. Oh, God damn it.
Okay.
Add this, pants grid.
I've added this to your character sheet.
You're sworn to inform the orcs of the witch's domain and to avoid it, including the path of the current's borders and more. Should anyone knowingly navigate into this water despite the warnings, they'll be killed on runs. The witch breaks her word and once more attacks Jorantt spear, trespass not in her soul. Breaks her word. Successfully navigating the deal. Oh, see, I didn't recall her specifying that if somebody accidentally got blown into her domain and then she killed him, that he would also be killed. I thought that part was the, well, if it's an accident.
That's what I was saying, dog.
Well, that's what I heard was that, like, well, if they fucking go in there, I'll kill them. And that's what I heard.
There's a very important point in that. Should anyone knowingly.
Oh, okay. So if it's an accident.
So
then
it's your responsibility to inform people.
Yes, well, which he will do.
What's the party's opinion of Bari so far?
She's strong.
She's strong. She seems like she'd be fun at the tavern, but we don't know that yet. And
She has big hands.
definitely very brave and itching for a fight.
I think Logan believes that Barry is very eccentric, but in a very fun way. And thus far, she's shown an enthusiasm that perhaps in the past the party lacked. And to be fair, it's safe to say he likes her enough to dismiss his usual, like, medic-centered mindedness to participate in her culture and let her get that scar, right? So, big pops from him.
Yeah.
She seems competent. Ryland's fine with that. He said to assist Isolde, and she did it without any complaint. So, as far as he's concerned, she is just fine.
I think Oliver appreciates enthusiasm around her and sort of builds, like, he will hype up if he's met with hype. And I think he'll be easily convinced to do whatever Bari wants if he's met with that enthusiasm. For good or for ill.
Hype beast, baby.
What are the odds that this orb was the artifact Tace is looking for? Which in turn can mean the Tide Witch's domain is where the ruins of Tace's order is. Great question.
That would be awkward, wouldn't it?
Next question.
Wouldn't that be weird?
For the boss man, I know it's not yet discussed and it may be revealed later on in game, but how does an up-and-coming town produce their own road warden? Are road wardens and wayfarers tied to one another and the latter can come from the former after a time? Or do the wardens need to have the wanderlust wayfarer has? Like they have the desire to watch over a section of land instead of explore an adventure. Usually, it's already a wayfarer who's proven themselves who gets picked by a Yelderman, a Dracus, a mayor, or whatever to basically be elevated. There are individuals who just get appointed it temporarily, who don't end up staying the road warden. Like Jorantt's spear is small. It doesn't have any, like, it doesn't have like a knight here to become a road warden, right? But somebody like Aram's Ferry has a road warden, though it protects a different part of the Southlands. It was Aaron, Ryland's dad, who basically navigated the entirety of the roads from Aram's Ferry, Jorantt's spear, and Eliant. In terms of, like, seniority, he is a much higher ranking road warden. And thus has more responsibility. What's the first thing Logan's going to make with a big-ass scrimps? Go into that lovely detail, please.
Into that lovely detail. Oh my god. Well, are you familiar with jambalaya?
Oh,
Skull.
fuck you for saying jambalaya. It sounds good as hell.
Yeah, and you know he's gonna spice it real good. He's
As
gonna
God
make it
intended.
with-
Mild
Yeah, with-
jambalaya is both a sin against man and God.
That's right. We're gonna put in some smoked paprika, some of them onions, garlic,
And dewy
bell
sausage.
peppers, black pepper. What? I don't think we have those. But he will put in sausages.
Spicy sausage.
Yeah,
My
spicy
mommy
sausage with chicken
jambalaya.
thighs, and he'll blend it in with the shrimp. My God. Ooh, let it all blend together into a wonderful
mushrooms.
sear. No mushrooms, no mushrooms. And then he'll add in an inundating amount of rice, because you know he will, right?
And garlic, as God intended.
I already mentioned garlic. We got garlic in there. Don't worry, it's
Mention it
covered.
again.
I mean a second helping of garlic.
Even more garlic, yes. We put in more garlic. And eventually it all come together into that meal full of briny sweetness that the jambalaya is. Thick in components. A earthy, flavorful feast that I will hopefully roll good for. Because if I roll under 15, it's gonna suck. I'm
Oh
afraid.
man.
Yeah.
I mean, jambalaya is such an uncomplicated meal that you could probably get away with a
That's not
12 on
true.
that one.
If you roll under a 10, it's gonna suck.
Yeah,
You're
see?
right, you're right.
15
If I roll over 15, it's amazing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you
But
already
that-
make good food with a 10 and above, but a 15's like a masterwork quality jambalaya.
So what's a 20 then? Changes your life.
You don't want that. You don't want that. Just be
It
happy.
Damn,
with
if I
your
roll-
It transforms into gumbo, is what
DM,
happens.
if I roll a 25 jambalaya,
It changes
what-
our lives.
do I get a dragon wife?
You don't
Like,
want that. You don't
Do
want
I
that.
get a dragon
It'll change
wife?
you forever.
True.
Your
I mean,
Never
that's
be
how
the
his
same.
dad did it.
Nothing
That's
will
how
ever
his
be as
dad
good
did
as
it.
this. All food now pales in comparison. It turns to ash in my mouth.
So yeah, that shrimp,
Nothing will
it's
ever be the
looking
same.
like jambalaya for a week for the whole party, which is, pretty fucking great because it gets better every day that it's not eaten.
Are sea witches known in Yadagara? Sea witches are known everywhere, brother. They just have different names depending on where you go. Like, I called her a sea witch, but Isolde, from her studying, knows her to be a hag.
Like, oh, she done got transformed by the elements into what she is.
Rylan sounding a lot like a dark friend? I don't think so. That's very presumptuous.
Yeah, what the fuck? Where did you come up with that weirdness?
What's Bari's opinion of the party so far? And by extension, what would Grayson think of Bari should they meet?
I mean, I already said it. She thinks they're able. She's only known them for one fight, so, she thinks Ryland's crazy.
Entirely wrong.
And appreciated Logan for entertaining her. Entertaining her request. And is surprised that Oliver didn't run away in the fight, even though his size.
Most underestimated character in the party.
And she likes Isolde's hair.
Aw.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Even when it was poofing out with static.
Oh yeah, no, that's because her hair is very large as well. It's just dreaded. So like she's like, that's some good hair.
She understands.
Here, let me put a few dreads in it. Meanwhile, Isolde's like, no!
Just a few.
She's gonna wake up one night.
Nah, she'd have to earn her dreads.
Ah, okay, there we go.
These last three questions, and then we're gonna show off some fan art, because we do have some fan art, and it looks pretty sick. What's the natural flavor of meat from the storm scholars? Any kind of spice or kick because of their affinity to lightning? Ooh.
Just getting dungeon meshy shit right now.
If prepared properly, it probably takes seasoning better than any other seafood. Will Rylan be ready to face any blowback or accusations of being honorless and kowtowing to the demands of a malignant entity rather than facing it head on like a true Tarosi?
Damn.
I think
That's a
facing it
pointed
head,
question.
yeah, facing it head on is all he knows how to do. So I said at the end of the day, he wants to convince the orcs that this is the best deal for them. If they argue, then he has to do something he doesn't want to do, which is basically say, well, my dad's road warden, I'm his squire, I'm going to make this a decree, and I don't want to do that, but technically is in his ability to do.
You've also kind of put them in a weird political place.
Yup.
That's not gonna go well.
Nope. He's fully aware that some people will not like it.
Some.
But again, the intent is to save lives. And they've already been having a rough go of it. The actual road warden is out of town. And it's like they've got a laundry list of stuff to do to keep everyone safe. So, I mean, sometimes the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Yeah, whatever, nerd. Fan art.
Yeah.
We've got a set for Bari.
Nice.
Shit.
Damn, look at those guys.
This is done by Suffering Gob. They've done a couple of pieces in the past, which are always fantastic. Looking up padded breeches gives a lot of confusing results, so I did 2 different pants versions. Which one did you envision in your head?
So I don't know what they're called, but they're like the type of pants that the samurai wear, where it's like that heavily treated, like very thick leather that's tied together with like the knotted red, string. It's like that, but there's like little rings in it. That's what I envision. I just don't know what it's called.
Are you talking about Sashimono or something? Not Sashimono. I know what you're talking about.
Ruffian says Hakama.
Yeah, that. Hakama pants. They're pleated specifically to hide the positions of your feet while you are fighting.
Oh, we let that get figured out. Oliver.
What?
He's just a little guy.
Oh my god, look at him.
He's just a little
wow.
lad. He's rail
Look
thin.
at that pose, that stance, that stare. He looks like he's about to lose a fight.
I'll give myself strain.
I did.
They're more fabric than they are. Like they're it's leather.
Not this current campaign, but some character favorites from Yoshi. They've got Pim and Bruno
Down bad.
from TOS.
Pimberly.
Right.
Moo.
Rozzy isn't here to defend himself.
No.
We've got another fantastic collection from Inkly, thus showing a collage of various pictures. In the top right, I'm going to assume that that's Logan.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I'm okay.
In the top left, we have Isolde with the hair from the secretary from Powerpuff Girls.
Miss Bellum.
We've got electrified fried shrimp with a awesome looking
buddy.
storm scuttler.
Gonna fry.
We've got Bari scaring the shit out of Oliver.
Wow, those are large digits.
And then we've got a actual picture of Bari casting one of her cleric spells. And of course, our favorite kobold in the back.
The sword just keeps getting longer.
And then a piece for Chandra, the Tide Witch. Stop taking my
Ryland's
stuff!
Stop taking my
So
shit!
as I was saying, Ryland's dad probably did bang that, right, guys? I mean, look at it.
Why are you so obsessed with this concept, you weirdo? Just mad because
I
he's.
look at
It's the
because he's
truth.
One,
You're just
two,
mad because
three,
he's not
four,
Oliver's
five,
dad.
5 out of 6 are monster fuckers.
Not, yeah, fair.
Hey, what's up?
I mean,
Hey,
just
what's
the only
going on?
non-monster fucker. Like, God, y'all are weird.
Why can't
Like
I make the
this
pact with the witch
pants.
mommy? What the fuck?
But with like metal ring, like mail in between the plates.
Damn, this shit's wasted on him. What are you doing?
Wasted on him. Why didn't you speak up then?
Well, 'cause
Oh,
fucking Izzy told him not to say nothing.
well, it's a common pants, but it's been braced by Greaves and Tassets. Interesting. Neat.
With some lamellar.
Well, yeah, a lot of the Japanese armor is lamellar in general,
Yeah.
in style.
Sick. The kobolds are real.
I just found one that's really good.
If Bari could meet a dragon, what type of dragon would she like to meet?
A platinum one.
Shooting high.
Well, I mean, you can meet that one. It's just kind of a one-time affair.
It's a one-way trip.
Yeah.
A platinum one.
Muhammad's always door is always open. It's just a one-way door.
Is there any potential for the party trying to further their relationship with the Sea Witch? That's up to the party. If they want to
Right, I
go
think
down
that's up
that
to the Sea Witch when she goes, "Hey, that favor," as she ropes us in. It's quest time, bitch.
Yeah.
And then
I
yeets
refuse.
us. I mean, she seemed nice.
What?
Ish.
She's
You're
saying,
going-
She didn't
Poor
immediately
guy.
attack us. What?
Only because she had an ulterior motive.
I mean, she
Well,
could have just
mean-
killed you and took the gem.
Yeah.
I mean, that is also a thing she could have just done. She could have
I
been
mean-
like, haha, these dorks are waiting for me on the beach. Chain lightning.
There was a series of things she could have done to completely fuck us over. Number one was just take Galleon, charge, murder.
yeah. Not
Number
sure
two
what it-
was, oh, we made a deal. Okay. Release Galleon, murder.
Well, it's pretty clear she doesn't deem the like the town a threat because who the heck comes that close to the town's border?
I mean, if she can summon a galleon to her side, I doubt she considers the town to be much of a threat in general. Because if it's as big as DM says it is, it sounds like it could just Godzilla over the whole thing if it really wanted to.
We're gonna die.
Unless
In
we
fact,
can
I feel like we're already dead and Ryland did it.
Don't blame me for this.
What do you mean? You're the one who fucking bare your chest at her. Right here, mommy, he said.
No, we did not. Stop projecting your
I
weird
did
monster
say
fucker
that the
tendencies.
galleon fight's now optional.
Yeah, see? It's our elite encounter. Plus, she gave us a tip that we can use the machine to lightning fry its ass.
You
so
say
that's that.
optional. Do you mean like if we don't fight it, there will be no consequences for if we leave it alive? Or do you mean optional as in you can not fight it, and then a week later the town will be destroyed, but it's your choice?
This is where he says find out in game.
Because from
Find
my
out.
understanding, did you say find out?
Yeah.
See?
I figured.
It's optional, kinda.
I think it's basically just not going to come to a confrontation where this lady rolls up with her pet and decides, hey, fuck you.
Yeah, let's Godzilla walk this entire town. Now,
Do you want me to pull the... No. I don't know. There was a... So here's the thing. Last Elite encounter, the party, at least some members of the party, felt betrayed. That I did not properly telegraph the elite encounter. I've tried to telegraph it now, but it still seems like there's confusion.
I don't know.
I guess it's just, what do you mean by optional?
It's the
So here's the
confusion.
thing.
Because technically every fight's optional. I can at any point decide, I'm not fighting this. I'm going back
Correct.
home.
Running is a valid option always.
Right.
But here's the thing. Before, the Storm Mother, the Storm Mother Galleon was not an optional encounter. It was going to be mandatory. The optional encounter was going to be Chandra. Now, Chandra is no longer a threat. She's leaving. And she's taking the Storm Scuttlers, those that remain, with her. If you would like, you can summon the Galleon, fight her as an elite encounter, and get a reward for it. But it has to be your choice to do so.
Okay.
Otherwise, everything else, aside from whatever things have been embroiled, like why they stole the gem, etc.,
Yeah.
Jorantt Spear is no longer being threatened by Storm Scuttlers.
Okay. See, it sounded like they were still going to be threatened by storm. Like, basically, the BBEG of this little area was saying sayonara, but all the minions.
Well,
The way she
okay.
seemed to phrase it was that, well, the Scuttlers are still going to be pissed when I release them, so you'll have that issue, but I won't harass you.
Well, so also, the Storm Scuttlers were always there, to my understanding. Like, there was always such Storm Scuttlers in Jorantt Spear, just not to this degree, and they weren't being directed by another force. They were just kind of like, oh, it's a random encounter, 1 or 2, or something like that, you might find. Nothing that the town apparently couldn't handle. Now they're being, driven by Chandra, so without her, yeah, there's probably still going to be Storm Scuttlers here and there, but they're not going to be, en masse attacking actively like a force, right? It's just going to be random encounters again, which seems to be the way that the town prefers it. Because they didn't seem to mind having to deal with a couple now and again. It's when there's swarms of them coming up on the beach, attacking their fishing boats in a directed fashion, that was causing the problem.
Well, I think it was, I point to her comment that she made when she's like, when she looked over at the dead Scuttlers and basically pointed at that Gaian's going to be pissed about that one. That's your problem, though.
Probably
Yeah,
means,
she
probably means it'll be
basically-
easy to summon her too then.
I think she basically dominated the head mommy monster of a brood and directed it forward. And like a queen bee, it brought everything else with her. But now that the spell's gone, she's just going to be hostile to things that killed my children. Or at least that's the way I see it.
Good way to look at it. Do you understand now? Is it more clear now?
I think so. I'm very easily confused by dialogue, so.
Damn, just tell me, how do I get my funny feet from killing the elite? Do I have to go there, or do I have to start shouting or something?
There will be a process. You've already been informed of what to do. You need to turn off the storm anyway.
And then she
That is
shows
true.
up. Alright.
Well, yeah, if she shows up, then she fucking falls over.
No tongue wagging, chin talking, Rylan, like, take away from me my feet. I'm coming for that. We all agreeing on that, right? We're all cool with that?
What?
What?
We're killing the elite.
Oh. I was hoping we'd kill it anyway.
I mean, it'd be nice to give it a shot.
Well,
Depends. Does it show up with 15 of its little fucking buddies, or is it
You're
showing
gonna
up?
have to
on
find
its
out,
own?
brother. You're gonna have to find out. Will we see other kinds of scrimps, like lava boilers, or perhaps something like eels? I'm living for the thought of a party eating fun monsters. Yeah, absolutely. There are a bunch of like elementally infused entities and creatures, and I come hell or high water, I will try to get this party to dungeon meshy this place now.
What's that?
Well, you have given us shrimp, so that's a
why
good
we
start.
gotta eat them?
What's Dungeon Meshi?
Delicious in dungeon. Eating monsters.
Yeah, we're gonna eat the shit out of all these monsters. Don't worry about it.
It's the adventure anime that's bad. It's a cooking anime badly disguised as an adventure anime.
You mean a horror anime? The manga's pretty fucking horrific.
Yeah, I've heard the manga is just absolute nightmare fuel, but the show only gets creepy like right at the beginning and
It's
kind of
just
near
starting, brother. It's just starting. They
Oh,
just hit
fuck.
that peak. It's about to like. It went from like funny haha, where everybody's like, "Wow, Lagos is so weird. Marcel's so funny. Chilichuk's such a funny guy." And then they hit the sort of episode where they changed the first like OST, and then it went, oh yeah, we're making the intro funny, upbeat after what the fuck you just did, and it's just been downhill ever since.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to get there.
It's real good. I fucking highly recommend it.
Like, I've been waiting for a friend of mine and I to watch it together, and it just never happened. So I'm like, fuck you. Turns on Netflix.
Yeah, I'll give you the site that I watch it on so you can watch it for free. Will Rylan be dipping into Fathomless Warlock? You want to make a
Why?
pact with Chandra?
No. Why the fuck would he do that?
You
just
don't wanna
did.
multi-class into, you don't want to clash into a Warlock?
There's the difference between a warlock pact and a what did she call it? A bind.
Son,
soul
you just took
bond?
a warlock, Matt. What are you talking about?
A
It's the
soul
same.
bond.
It's the
Yeah.
same
I will
thing. What
say-
do you mean?
It's not even close.
I will say, comma,
Oh my god.
if you wanted to, you could become
Did
a
you say-
Warlock.
Don't listen to him.
Didn't you say no multi-glassing, you jerk?
I did. What I'm saying is that you could change. You have been given an option.
Ugh.
So at some point, if you'd
Listen
like to
to
level
him.
up and change out your
No.
levels to become a Warlock,
He's beguiling
could.
tones. Don't listen to him. He already fucked you once with them today. Don't let him do it again.
There's only one warlock I would willingly play, and it's probably not ones that you would offer me. So
what?
So there's only one kind of warlock I would willingly play, and it's probably none of the ones that you would offer me. So
What are you talking about?
I only like hexblades.
Hey, you can be a Hexblade in service to Chandra.
Nah, that's okay.
Nah, it's okay.
I just gave you what you wanted, you fuck.
Yeah.
Man.
So there's only one I would
Jesus.
Yeah, there's only one I would willingly play. I
Man.
didn't say I would do this in general. No, he's got to be a knight. He already told her, like.
Ugh,
You can be a
nice.
knight in service to the Tide Witch.
Yeah, okay.
Knight into the ocean. Would the residents of Jorantt's Spear rather have fought and died standing on their own feet or not? Or now they have to tiptoe and limit themselves to trying to appease the Sea Witch. Find out. That'll probably be next session.
That's when we realized they went there because that's where all the food is. I can't wait.
Plates.
Why did they go there? Surely it's just because they're stupid.
DM, please don't kill Rylan.
Why would I do that?
If you do, make it badass though.
I'll make his heart explode.
Nice.
I mean, that's the only rule. Don't go out like a chump.
Yeah.
He'll have that like overly used death scream. Not the Wilhelm one, but like the second most one where it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
And I have him conflagrate and then he dies. True,
makes sense.
Sella, true. Also, the Deep Mother is a choice. You can be a knight at the Deep Mother.
Tyros is better than a deep mother.
Did you say embrace tentacles and whip?
Whip Hexblade. The Deep Mother is a large icon. She is a bear who has been touched by the ocean, and thus is a combination. She is half bear, half monstrous tentacle creature. It is said that she is the one who made the rivers and lakes for her children. When she was shackled by fetters made by the gods and pulled to the bottom of the briny depths.
Man, that's crazy, bro.
Wow. Anyway.
So yeah, that's it for this week. So why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Goodbye, chat. Pray for me.
So long, chatters.
I look at the rest, say goodbye.
Yeah.
Later, chat.
Dorks.
Goodbye, Chad. Have a good day today. And hopefully it is a better Monday.
Goodbye, chat.
Fantastic. I'll be back.
Yep.
Friends, companions, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream, and of course, allowing me to continue to do the things that I love, which is this. It's Dungeons and Dragons. And getting to do Dungeons and Dragons with my friends. I hope that you all enjoyed today's session. I had a ton of fun, and it definitely did not go the way I was fucking expecting it to. I'm gonna be honest, I was expecting the party to pocket the stone, probably take it back to Tace, and then start questioning some people. Not to basically make contact with Chandra and then offer to give it back. That was very unexpected. However, wholly appreciated. I had a ton of fun. Not to mention that, we got a very fun combat session out of the way, which I always enjoy. So thank you guys so much, and I hope that you enjoyed it as well. If you would like, this month's Patreon is going to be the beach maps that I have made for Jorantt Spear. So if you'd like to get your hands on some beautifully made maps, you can check it out over at the $5 and $10 tier for 4K and 8K variants, as well as day and stormy variants. Will next Sunday next Sunday's stream be map making? Hopefully, or some form of monster making, or who knows? We're going to be doing some fun stuff coming up for Jorantt Spear. They've got some things going on. Like, why did they steal Chandra's crescent stone? We're gonna find that out. Smile. Even though I already have some answers. But we'll be going over that next stream. The next time you will see me will be Monday, where I play Marius, the armored artificer, or the armorer artificer, as we traverse through town and begin making our way to our next adventure in the Exodus Academy. So if you'd like to see me as a player, as a level 10 artificer, tune in over at Brett Ultimus's channel in the World of Io at 7 p.m. CST. Other than that, I hope you all have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. And I will see you guys later. Oh, and in Hardcore, yes, you'll see me this Wednesday as well, where I unveil my Hardcore character for the Curse of Strahd, played also in the World of Io with Mr. Brad Ultimus. Okay, for real this time. Goodbye, Chad.